mindful, you're going to want to get there late, like 10 p.m., and then you're going to wake up early, like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. to get out of there, to make sure no one sees you. You're going to find yourself almost every night, every other night, searching for a new spot every time. You know, don't only have just one or two spots here in LA. You really gotta expand and move around a lot. So, you know, you're kind of incognito. All right, next thing, where do I shower? This is generally where I've been showering right here. It's actually right on the beach. I usually come here after skateboarding or running, and I will literally shower just like right here. Welcome to my trunk, guys. This is my shower bag. So after I get done running, skating, or going 3 days without a shower, I grab my shower bag right here, and I'll go in the back of my car and grab my towel. This is my towel. I leave my towel up here because obviously the sun is hitting and it's going to dry it off. If you keep it in your trunk, it's going to smell like mildew and smell like the whole entire trunk, okay? So don't do that. And also, these are my shower shorts, okay? I personally don't have a problem showering in public. I just take my underwear off and wear a swimsuit. And yes, I do have like my own like 3-in-1. This is just Old Spice 3-in-1 for hair, showering your body off. It can be embarrassing, you know, to be, you know, showering off your junk and whatnot, but, you know, you just gotta kind of accept what it is and get away with it really quickly and try and not make a scene, you know what I mean? This is the Venice Beach Pier. If you look down this whole entire, the ocean side right here, you can pretty much find showers all the way along this, you know. When I first got here, I was going to a truck stop, so I'm typing that in right now. Let me show y'all where I was showering. So I would drive all the way out here in this area because there was a Pilot travel center. And it cost me $15 to take one shower. Granted, they're like the best showers in the world, high pressure, really hot. You get your own bathroom for $15. You can pretty much stay in there for like 2 hours straight. And then there's another one way out here somewhere. But it ended up putting a hole in my wall. And then I've also heard a lot of the subs have told me to check out the YMCA. There's like programs where you can be on a wait list to be able to take showers. I haven't done so much research on that myself. I've just been taking showers here on the beach, and that's worked fine for me. Next thing is, how does mail work, okay? This is where it's nice to have friends or family around where you live, because you can just have your mail sit over there. But if that's not the case, they do have like those Amazon boxes that you can use, like that just are around town. And keep this in mind, you can always have things sent to a USPS, especially if you have a P.O. box, which is what I had to do when I got here. I got a P.O. box, and that cost me like $64, I think, for 6 months. And speaking of friends and family, if they will allow you to do laundry at their house, that's a great way for you to get your laundry done for free. Pretty much what I have to do is I go to coin laundry places, and there are tons around. You're never not going to be able to find one of these, but pretty much it'll cost you like less than $5 to do a wash and a dry, depending, I guess, on how much clothes you have. I really don't have much because, you know, living in your car, you have to learn how to become a minimalist. So this is where I leave my laundry detergent right here. I use my own. This is where I keep my shoes. This is where I keep my athletic shorts for running, skating, etc. This is where all of my shirts are, okay? And eventually, you gradually get to the bottom. You get the flannels, sweatshirts, etc. Pretty much all my tops are right here. This is where I keep all of my pants right here. Right here is where I keep all of my shorts. And then this is my sock drawer, sack, whatever you want to call it. And then this is my boxers and briefs right here. Yeah, so that's pretty important as well. Where do I take a dump and where do I pee? Okay. Well, since we're in California, like, and if you're close to the beach, there's always like public bathrooms over here that you can use. Other than that, like, you know, grocery stores, retail places. Sometimes you got to get creative and just take a dump on the side of the street. You know, I've had to do that once or twice. I'm kidding. If it's nighttime, though, and you can go behind the store, like, and just whip it out, or you're not afraid to, like, pop a squat or whatever, do your thing, girl, or boy, whatever. But, yeah, I'm a delivery driver. I work for multiple companies, and so I'm in and out of restaurants all day, so it's really easy for me to just, like, use the bathroom there. I'm about to get real hungry after talking about this, but, Jake, what do you eat? To be completely honest, I eat out a lot. As far as food goes, in the morning, you know, I'll eat a Nutri-Grain bar, get a bacon, egg, and cheese, or something like that. Nothing fancy for the morning, okay? And then throughout the day, I eat snacks. These are probably the most unhealthy thing in the world. That's cookies, Cheetos, extra toasty Cheez-Its are my favorite. Nutri-Grain bars, obviously, dark chocolate's good for you. But this right here, these are like, I got 4 little loaves of bread, like sandwich bread, for $1. And I will go to a local grocery store like Ralph's or Vaughn's here and get up to like a quarter pound of my favorite meat, okay? And that's about under $3. And so I can nibble on sandwiches. For lunch, I like to keep it cheap but healthy at the same time. Dinner is when I usually splurge a little bit. Since I'm in a new city, state, I'm willing to go out of my way to, like, try something new. And so it's always kind of different for dinner. All right, next up is how I charge my phone, my batteries, my cameras, everything. How do I charge all of my electronics, okay? So pretty much I go through a lot of gas, okay? I leave my car on to charge things, so I'm pretty much using my battery, yes. And no, my battery, like, never dies, okay? If I was big suggestion, go ahead and purchase, like, an actual, like, really good battery that'll last you a long time, okay? So let me show you what I have to charge my stuff while I'm leaving my car on. This is a micro USB. The charging means, like, my wireless headphones right here, okay? Obviously, if you got one Apple product or using iPhone, I have my iPhone cord right here. Obviously, I can't charge any of my stuff while my car is off. So as far as like camera batteries and charging my laptop, I have this right here. This plugs into my cigarette lighter, but essentially I just plug this in right here, and then for instance, like I do need to charge one of my camera batteries, so I just plug that in. Take this out right there, and this just plugs in just like that. You can find this, or you can buy this. This was like, I think, like $20 at a Best Buy, I believe. And just plug in an extension to this, so you can be charging multiple things. And also, if you have any more questions, or if you are a nomad, make sure to leave some more questions or some more helpful information down in the comments below. But now, I kind of want to give y'all a car tour. So I told y'all that I made modifications to my bed. I used for the first year, I just slept in the front seat. And then a guy that I met in Austin, Texas, helped me build a bed. So shout out Mike.
I upgraded myself.
So this is what we used to use. We're not going to do this anymore. Harsh chemicals, that's why it's cheap. It's not good for you.
This is the best smelling man I've ever received.
And this will help you, help me, help you.
I'm ready to test this out. Feels so good. My skin feels so soft.
I love that they have so many different scents. Pine tar, cedar citrus, grapefruit IPA. Do you want to please your partner? Get some Dr. Squash. Guys, do yourself a favor. Go to drsquash.com. Step up your shower game.
I feel like we're gonna have to do a second order because she's gonna be stealing my soap.
So we pretty much built this contraption right here. So as you see, this is my daily stuff, my backpack. I got Propel right here, cranberry juice, stuff I sip on during the day, and then my filming stuff, obviously my snacks that I showed y'all, extra storage down there where I usually keep my sleeping bag and blankets all under here. There's a bunch of space. And pretty much what I do is I pull this over like this, like that, and now it is a flat surface that I can sleep on. And this part right here, it actually comes out, so I just release this latch right here, and the back seat right here folds out like this, and I just take it out, and I put it over there, and this is my pillow, which needs a pillowcase, yes I know, so my feet go inside of here, so I have even more room. Super important when living in your car, never set your bed up at the place that you're sleeping at, because everyone will see you doing it, and they'll know you're sleeping there, and that's sketchy. Always make sure to set your bed up somewhere else and then drive to the place that you're going to sleep. But pretty much once I get to where I'm ready for bed, I'll find a spot to get my bed set up. So I'll pull out my memory foam. This is actually 2 inches. It's 2 inches, and then it goes 4 inches of memory foam. Now I set it down like this. Pretty much it lays out just like this. I can still open and close my glove box perfectly fine. And then I just use like a thick blanket as like the bed sheet essentially, because this is way more softer to sleep on top of, and also thicker than just a little bed sheet. And then I take my sleeping bag right there, and I lay it out just like this. So the sleeping bag goes all the way up there, and then goes all the way down into the trunk. When it comes to like hot and cold, when it's hot, like I just wear gym shorts when I'm sleeping, and sometimes I do have to turn on the car for air conditioning when it gets super hot. So when it's cold, though, I would suggest getting like a 0-degree sleeping bag. But this has worked out perfectly fine for me here in California. I did put a blanket, so there's a blanket actually inside of the sleeping bag. So when I get in, I'm in the sleeping bag, but I'm also covered by this blanket, and that's been keeping me warm. And this is kind of what my bed looks like from the trunk. The rest of my trunk, since we're here, I keep my skateboard right here. I love skateboarding, running. My yoga mat right here. This is my gym shorts, stuff I sleep in. Like I said, I sleep in sleepers. And I have tools because I end up having to work on my car a lot. My skateboarding helmet. I keep my hats back here, and I also have boots back here to jack up my car when I need to. And that is my dirty laundry right here. I just did laundry, so I have no dirty clothes. But pretty much I keep all of my dirty clothes in this. This was like $10 at Walmart, kind of expensive. But I promise if you buy that expensive one, you'll never have to buy another one. So let's get into the rest of my car. It's vital, very vital. Always keep water on you, no matter how you do it. If you decide to keep a 2-gallon jug on you of water, smart. You can always refill it. But I get the whole water bottle method. Where if you link in the description. This is also vital. And this is your car. This is your phone. You don't want to keep it dirty, especially in the times that we're in right now. What is nearby me in the front seat that I keep close to me at all times? Okay, obviously my camera, sunglasses, bottled water. So right here I have a knife for safety. By the way, I would suggest always keeping something, whether it's a knife, a taser, depending on your state, whether you're holding, something like that. Super vital when you're living in your car. Other than that, markers, pencils, stuff like that. And then we come over here to my driver's side, little pocket right here. And I brush my teeth 3 times a day. Obviously, everyone should. So I've got this right here, toothpaste, toothbrush. Also, I keep my floss right here. I eat in my car most of the time, so I've got a whole bunch of silverware, plastic silverware. And always keep napkins and paper towels on you. I can't tell you how many times a day I use napkins and paper towels for just random stuff, okay? If you can, just buy paper towels and keep them in your car. But for me, I just stack up on napkins just in case. So the glove box, where do I keep it close to me in my glove box? Most of the medicine. So I've got some Tums here. I've got some ibuprofen. I've already showed y'all how I charge my batteries. In the morning, put a little hair gel in there, put a little bit of sexiness on myself. Hand sanitizer, vital for the times we're living in. Wireless headphones, my gym membership that doesn't work here in California. Notes for writing, receipts, there's a knife, etc. Yeah, that about covers it. LA is a beautiful place. There's a lot to do here, which makes it worth it. But if you ever plan on doing car life here in LA, or you're thinking about coming out here, I'm just going to tell you right now, it can be pretty rough. This is literally, out of all the places I've traveled to, the toughest spot for me to do car life. But it's definitely possible. I've been here for about a month, and I plan on being here a lot longer. And so if you want to make it work, you'll find a way to do it. Again, if you have any more suggestions or you have any more questions, leave them down in the comments below, or you can reach out to me on my social media right here. I got Instagram and Snapchat right here. Other than that, please give me a like. Tell your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man about the channel, your family and friends. I love y'all, and we'll see y'all in the next one. Welcome back to another video. My name is Jacob Call, and I just got done doing some laundry in Las Vegas. So now I think I've decided that I don't really want to stay here in Vegas. Just the city, the strip, the hotels, the gambling, and all that stuff. It's not my thing, okay? And I don't want to gamble any money. I'm an addict. But yeah, this journey.
That's my old bill. $972. My new one, $28 a month. Or if I pay for.
Greetings from Podcastville. The joint is brought to you by Movement Watches. Listen, 2021 is going to be
fucking out of LA, tremendous. WIKI. Oh, they sent me a fucking bag of it, tremendous. Out of fucking, my boys on Urban Trees. One of my boys flew back for a couple of days, and he dropped off a bag, you understand me? So I was about to smoke 15 joints with you guys. So I did the best I could. I did like a 15-minute video breaking down the year review, whatever. I put the video up. I'm happy as fuck. I make the tape for the next morning. And next thing you know, I wake up the next day and like, you got no audio on. But then I started hearing people having problems. I know that Jessime Peluso was in the room with Josh Wolf, and that didn't go down. Josh Wolf didn't get his start either. I heard there were problems with Kurt Reicher's security stop strings. So you know what? I knew it wasn't just me. What happened was, I guess you motherfuckers didn't get enough fucking Zoom. And you were still Zooming on fucking New Year's Eve. So you fucked up for everybody with your fucking Zoom. But you can't pick up the phone like a normal human being. I see that shit sometimes. Like on Facebook, like 12 idiots like the Brady Bunch get together and talk. Are you fucking retarded? I can't do that. I can't keep up with. About 3 months ago, one of my childhood friends, who I loved to death, he was on the show, Steven Miller. I love him with all my heart. He hit me up and he goes, let's do a Zoom. We were a bunch of us in high school. And I tried. The Zoom went down. Thank God that my Zoom went down. I think this was back in LA. It was here. It was here. The Zoom went down. And I was like kind of happy because there's too many faces. I couldn't fucking deal with it. I just not fucking good at it. But anyway, we're here. It's 2021. Something interesting happened to me last week that I feel a lot better about. I think, listen, this has been a long fucking journey for me. I'm learning with this whole experience. You know, it was great. We had a great holiday. Listen, man, my kid's happy when she's in bed. My kid's happy when I'm happy when she's in bed. If I've ever done anything right, this was good. But at the same time, I started getting doubts. You know, I talk to people all the time about different things. Doubt is one of those things that you can't ever get. And for years, I avoided doubt. There's two things I avoid. Doubt and thinking. Thinking too much will fucking destroy your insides. And if you doubt yourself, you're going to have it. And lately, I've been doing both of them. And it's fucked me up. You can see it. You can hear it in my voice. You can see it in my podcast. You can hear it on the stage. I'm excited about this week because I got Benny's Tuesday and Wednesday. I got 2 sets back to back. I'm excited about it. It's the first time I have 2 sets back to back since last fucking January. How's that for you? Back to back nights. So yeah, it had to be last February. How's that for you? So, you know, I had the surgery on Friday. I got doctor's appointments all fucking week. I'm fucking swamped out the ass. But the thing that's been really bothering me ever since I got off the plane was what I was looking at. I got my back for my life. Stand up to 58 in fucking February. I'm not supposed to do anymore, you know. So I got my back set. I don't know, you know, I spoke to run by a few times. You guys saw my road with my behind the tire. Something like maybe. I don't know how much more. You know, I don't like sucking at something. I was really good at that one time. I don't like it. I don't like sucking at something. I was really good at it. It was like second nature. Stand up. And now I walk in, I'm kind of clunky, and I know I just need 3 weeks of fucking like triple weeks. I'm just getting up there and working on banging them out, but that's not available right now. It'll become available in April once they start opening up shit outside and stuff, once the vaccine. You know, I think that will be back in the doors next time. I'm hearing that buildings in New York aren't allowed, you're not allowed to go back till July. I'm talking about Sandal County. You know, I'm going to have this surgery on Friday. I'm going to take 2 or 3 weeks off just to get, you know, my legs squared away. And the first week of February, back out with me because I'm going to but I just recently decided that. What made me decide to love is the scenes. What made me decide to listen, if it wasn't such a message I couldn't kill myself. Between Rambo's and Rockies, they were on every fucking night. You know what? You just put on some nights just to kill time. You play like you're watching things anymore. You know every fucking line. I don't remember this Rocky Balboa one. I don't think I saw it. Maybe I was on the road. I was too busy with guys. It's about him. It's computerized, genderized, all those computer fights. The big African American guy. It just, you know, like it made me think. What, you know, obviously they went to see two guys and they gave me something why he should box again and all this shit. And he went from the war, he was too old. You know, I didn't even watch the rest of the movie. I pulled up something. It didn't really matter, but when he went to the war, they told him that they rejected his license because he was too old. They didn't want to be smart. They felt like they were not going to be killed. And he was going, what does age have to do with it? What does being 58 have to do with it? You tell me I can't do what I want to do at 58 because you're scared for me. Why would you be scared for me? Let me do what I'm going to do. I'm not going to sue anybody. His whole rap was that you're not dead at 58. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead at 58. It's so weird. Like, you're 20 and you think you're 30 or 40 or 60. You're like, that's fucking old. Guys, I don't know if you know this. Fucking kids get a shovel usually. Imagine being 70 with heels on, fucking spade, 70 for a city. You know, 70 is like the new 50. When I was a kid, 50, you were fucking old. And 70, people just do dust off you. People just stuck you with darts. Like, you're dead. You're going to die any fucking day. You're like a possum. Now, people are fucking live. So I'm sitting there watching this. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Maybe, maybe I'm feeling this way about comedy because I'm not doing it every night. So I decided to do a bunch of fucking things differently. That's why I didn't make the movie. I didn't make the movie. Nobody really wants to. Like, raise the person on that. I left every kiss from the movie for a damn time. I heard she's still reading. She's going to go. I heard he gave her a kiss. I ran down to the office. And I just really, really wanted to think about what I wanted to fucking do. And I went back old school. You know me, bro. I'm old school motherfucker. I went back to what works. I mean, alright. If you want, I will get it, show it to you. I think my weaknesses and my strengths. And I was as brutally honest as I could be. Because I'm brutally honest with myself. That's one thing about me, bro, that a lot of people don't have. I'm brutally honest with myself. I'll tell you when something sucks. I'll tell you when something's good. When something's good, I'll tell you. If I feel good about it, I'll fucking tell you. You know, I hate my special. I hate anything I haven't been special. Fucking Ari stories on the show. I love those. But my special is fucking stuff. I believe on the church episodes, 400 of them are fucking spectacular. 400 suck. 26 of these suck. But you know what? We're still going to keep pushing because I know. You got to keep pushing. Eventually, you got to keep pushing. You know how many fucking sets I did to get good at doing comedy? A lot. 400 to 500 sets a fucking year. That's 2 sets a fucking night. You know, that's what you got to do. That's the work effort that needs to get put in. But that's not what I'm talking about. I just never really had strengths. And my weaknesses, I was just really honest with everybody. You know, I'm not a procrastinator. You know, I take something, I either do it or I'm not going to do it. I know. I'm either going to do it or I'm not going to do it. There's no thinking about it. Give me a day or two. If I tell you, give me a day or two, then we don't know. Everybody knows that. Even Mike knows that. If I want to do something, I'll do it, you know. And the weaknesses that I really, really, really mad at myself for, the thing I'm really angry at myself in the last couple of years is the drug use, is what happened with Rogan, that shit. I love weed, I love pot. I take a ball with especially with the fact that any two way I more than the loss of my mother, more than me not helping my daughter. You know why? Because I have something I want to share with you. And not only that, when I want to do something, I want to do it. But every time I go to sit down and write that fucking book, I write for like 3 weeks, and then I start reading it, and I fucking erase it. Because I don't like it. I don't think it comes out. And I'll do this every month. I mean, I stick to it. See, with writing, it's not, because you can buy 55,000 books on writing. People ask me, I recommend comedy books to me, and I recommend the Gene Foray books. I recommend stand-up comedy. I recommend the War Guard. You know, writing books is great. Let me tell you something. They all suck. Because they're not going to tell you what you need to know. You know what you need to know is that you need to persevere. You need to get in there every day, put 2 or 3 hours aside. Right? I can't do, I got it down to a science. It's just keeping the fucking material. But now I'm keeping it. Because what I was doing before was I really wasn't outlining the way I should be outlining. He did. And I got wrote the fucking book, the human book. He told me that the outline was everything. And I didn't follow all out. You know, I outlined it like Puerto Rican style, like fucking halfway. And that's why I'm getting the results I'm getting. Now I'm outlining it to the T. And I'm shortening them. I took a lot of stuff out. You know, you guys heard all these stories. I wanted just to give you the story from point A to point B of the comedy, the growth, the obstacles, and where I ended up at. That's what the fucking story was. That's it. That's what this whole thing was. I was trying to fucking give you fucking bookmaking numbers and stories about Harlem. It would have been a book this fucking big. You would have never wrote it. If they turned it into a movie, it would have been 4 days. A 4 day fucking 24-hour and half this shit. And you guys heard it. So I wanted to take the most important part of this story, which is July 16th, the present time, sprinkle in a little something in there from the fucking past, like what made me to leave me to stand up, and that's the fucking book. I wanted to do an audio because I know you people who want to hear my voice reading my own fucking words. I gotta tell you something, man. I can do that. I can buy that dragonfly, is that what it's called, dragonfly, and just read it into a thing. I can do that. I don't want to do that. I want to write. I love, that is my other secret dream, is to become an author. I would love to go on my Twitter handle and put it to say, author. I could take off jerk off. You know what I'm saying? I could take that off my list now. Jerk off, life coach, author. I could put comedian, actor, writer, author. You know how nice that would be? You know how much that would make me feel? Especially since I'm a fucking high school dropout. You know what it would do for my self-esteem. So I said, fuck it, this is what I'm going to do. I'm getting surgery on the fucking 8th. I got nothing but downtime. I don't see myself roller skating out through the fucking snow with one fucking leg like Thompson Road. That ain't going to fucking happen here. And my heart goes out to him. I finally watched that fucking thing. Jesus fucking Christ. And if you watch that thing, you watched how innocent that was. There was nobody around me. There was nothing really going on. It wasn't like Thompson Road was a drinker or a drug addict. That is just what I was talking about last week. That's what started. Kobe died. The world is on its axis. Things are happening that you cannot understand why they happen. Don't question them. Every week somebody tells you something you don't like. What just happened? My friend's outside this morning, and he came in. Everything. When did that happen? When did that happen? That a 42-year-old man, okay, he's not Jack away. He's not the best age to black. But neither am I. You know, neither am I. I with my daughter and whatever. Yeah, I gotta have knee surgery because of the arthritis. Both fucking knees. And lifting fucking squats when I was a kid thinking I was fucking Johnny Hercules. And running with fucking Converse sneakers. You're gonna do a lot of damage. Not to mention being 300 fucking pounds for 20 years of your fucking life. It's gonna do a lot of fucking damage. But Jesus Christ, you know, like I told you last week, I was at the gym on Saturday, not this Saturday, the Saturday before, the one after Christmas, and somebody had left 135 on the squat on the bench. So it's the ball, which is 45 pounds, and two 45-pound plates. 45 to 45 is 90, and 45 pounds is 135, right? Yeah, 135. I had to double check myself. I smoke weed this morning sometimes. I don't know so good. So, I swear to God, I got under the bench. Now, between us as family, I bench press at 35,000 fucking pounds. I got under the bench. I looked at it, and it just in my little chubby hips. I picked it up. It felt like nothing. And for a slight second there, I put it on my Segura. I swear to my daughter, and I said, you know what? We're going to leave this way forward. Might take a chance. Right now is not the time. In fact, I took that bicycle and I hit it behind the punching bag. That motherfucker ain't going out for a while. Because remember, I fell off the bike earlier this year. I ate the fucking both of my teeth. I fell off the bike. That was my council door, bro. Trust me. That day, my wrist still hurts. It took a month for my chest to stop hurting. My chest crashed into each other. Once you put that weight on you, when I saw that, then there's the video that I saw, I didn't see any of the other videos. I saw a video that the doctor posted. Yeah, there's a video of Tom Segura that the doctor posted. And it breaks down the whole thing. And you actually hear the kneecap pop and the slam when he hits the floor, which is horrible. My heart goes out that fast. That fast. And he looked good. I called him for the podcast that night. They called me to ask me a question about something. But it was good just to see him. I missed those fucking guys. First blood. Double kill. Double
and corporations to slash emissions to have any chance of meeting the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement aimed at avoiding catastrophic climate change.
The key here is every year after you football to reduce the amount you emit, and I started reducing the amount actually added to that.
With extreme weather events likely to become more intense and more frequent as temperatures rise, the need for action is more urgent than ever. And experts say the crisis caused by the global pandemic presents a rare opportunity for countries to rebuild their economies to work for all of nature, not just humans.
Germany is known for its rich arts. Forced nearly all cultural institutions are closed to visitors. Collections out onto the streets. Projectors, video, and large open areas where people can see something sacred. Artwork in some museums is brightening up in urban environments. Project's greatest hope to share more exhibits and installations. No, that's it from me and the niche team. Don't go away though. Business solutions are next with Steve. Every day counts for us and for our planet. Global Ideas is on its way to bring you more conservation. How do we make cities greener? How can we protect animals and their habitats? What to do with all our waste? We can make a difference by choosing reforestation over deforestation, recycling over disposable, smart new solutions over staying set in our ways. Earth is truly unique, and we know that uniqueness is what allows us to live and survive. Global Ideas. Global 3000 on DW and online. Foreign business leaders scratch their heads over the U.S. One of the most important markets in the world has become more politically volatile in recent years. But does that outweigh the power of its purse? We talked to our financial correspondent. Also on the show, workers in Senegal threat for their livelihoods as a new the coronavirus brings new restrictions. And the institution Upright House has closed its doors to the public due to the pandemic, but is opening them again with a special clientele. Hello and welcome to the show. Here's an Timberlake with us. The past 4 years have been a mixed bag for U.S. businesses and overseas firms doing business in the U.S. On one hand, tax cuts and regulatory cuts by business-friendly administration. On the other hand, we have on Wednesday a mob of Trump loyalists attacking the U.S. Capitol and doing serious damage to the country's reputation. This is not the vision of America that manufacturers believe in and work so hard to defend. The words of the President, not of the United States, but of the National Association of Manufacturers, Jay Timmons, when he saw the scene unfold. The toll was severe, 5 dead, at least 50 arrested. Chaos reigned for hours after that. Trump supporters stormed the seat of government. American business representatives overseas are worried those images could have.
As an American, that was shocking, horrifying, and actually quite embarrassing to have the world see. So that, it's an extreme circumstance, and I think it's not a surprise that people are very, very concerned about where this could all end and want to put our heads down, which, fortunately, I believe is what's
German companies operating in the US have had their doubts about the political stability there. The country's reliability as a trading partner was already being questioned before the violence in Washington, according to surveys conducted by the US Chamber of Commerce. U.S. President-elect Joe Biden will have the daunting task of unifying a dangerously divided country.
Really, really worrisome what happened on Wednesday. And it also was a huge task Joe Biden is going to face in his presidency. And it tells European leaders also that his look is going to be inwards in the beginning.
The incoming president certainly won't have it easy. The Trump administration will end with a nation divided and sick. The virus has wreaked havoc on the U.S. economy and labor market. The toughest times may lie ahead. Bringing our financial correspondent in New York, Jens Porta. Jens, good to see you. What does this mean for business destinations in America? It's still a vital market around the world.
That's true as well. But then on the other side, U.S. still is the largest consumer market on the planet. What measure you might take, the U.S. economy is still the biggest in the world. And then also, if you look at the capital market, it's the lowest liquid in the world as well. And then we also shouldn't underestimate the role that the U.S. dollar still has. It's still the major currency of the world, and that also does give the country some leverage. So there is the reputation on the one side, there is the economic realities on the other side, but clearly it is in the interest of the new administration to also get the reputation going again and find some peace with some of those trading partners.
Jens, I know we have about 12 days left of this administration, but already looking back over the past 4 years, what is the balance for businesses? On the one hand, they get those tax cuts, they get the regulatory cuts. On the other hand, they got a trade war, and now they got what happened on Wednesday. What is the balance for them?
Yeah, I mean, if you look back 1 year, so before we saw the full extent of the pandemic, the US actually had the longest expansion phase in the history, and the same was true for the labor market, and then clearly with the pandemic, the economy suffered quite so US President Donald Trump has been good for some companies, for some business leaders. You mentioned the low taxation, also did that really economy, or did that help the individuals and the pocketbooks of some of those major corporations? And if you look, for example, what happened to infrastructure here in the United States, not so much actually did change in the past 4 years. We have to see if the new administration will do better, and then what we also shouldn't underestimate. So is it really the president who makes the big difference, or is it just the times that we live in? And the whole expansion in the United States actually started in 2009, and obviously that was when former U.S. President Barack Obama took office. So so we really have to take this as part of it. Just maybe one quick word, because we do see signs that actually by now the economy is cooling once again. So just shortly before the weekend, we got the latest job report, and actually in December, 140,000 jobs got lost. For the first time since April, economists had expected an increase of 50,000 new jobs. So actually we do see some signs of cooling, at least at the moment.
All right. Jens Porta with the latest in New York. Thank you very much. Staying in the business world, 2020 was the worst year for new car sales by volume in 45 years. The German Association of the Automotive Industry says new car registrations plunged 19% last year to 2.9 million. Our correspondent, Chelsea Delaney, has the story.
It was a brutal year for Germany's automakers, and to some degree that was to be expected given the business disruptions of the coronavirus, given the lockdowns that are still in place here in Germany. But even so, a 19% drop-off in registrations is one of the worst figures we've seen in post-reunification history here in Germany, and it comes even as the German government really tried to boost sales. There were many incentives, especially for electric vehicles, sales. There was a tax cut, and all of that really didn't offset the declines that we've seen. So now many automakers are looking forward to 2021. They are expecting a bit of a recovery, in part due to the growth we're seeing in China, as well as the booming electric vehicle market, which tripled here in Germany in the last year. But even with those bright spots, many automakers say they don't expect a return to pre-crisis levels until perhaps 2022 at the earliest.
Financial correspondent Chelsea Delaney there in Frankfurt. Let's go to some of the other business stories making headlines. Boeing will pay a $2.5 billion fine to settle a U.S. Justice Department investigation into 2 787 crashes. The company admits that employees misled regulators about the safety of the aircraft. The crashes killed 346 people and led to the grounding of the model. South Korean tech giant Samsung says it expects its profits to jump 26% in the fourth quarter to more than $8 billion. The company has benefited from the coronavirus pandemic, with remote working increasing demand for TV sets and other hardware. Over to Senegal, where a new coronavirus outbreak is testing the West African nation. President Macky Sall has declared a state of emergency in parts of the country, and that's hitting workers hard.
Youths take to the street and burn tires in Dakar during a night of protests against the curfew. Many of the protesters work nights as taxi drivers and delivery riders, and the curfew is threatening their livelihoods. That's when I have to go to work. I'm a father and I'm prevented from working. Macky Sall's decision to introduce a curfew doesn't make sense. The pandemic had abated in Senegal before a second wave struck, and the number of infections has skyrocketed since early December. Health authorities reported 220 new cases on Thursday. It's relatively low compared to other countries, but Senegal's healthcare system is weak. Most infections were in the cities of Dakar and Thiès. The president responded Wednesday. On the recommendation from the medical team, I have decided to declare a state of emergency in 2 regions, Dakar and Thiès, from tomorrow, January 6, 2021. Of course, the state of emergency will be accompanied by a curfew from 9 o'clock in the evening to 5 o'clock in the morning. The consequences for many Senegalese are severe. Many workers don't have permanent jobs or social security, and the restrictions immediately impact their incomes. The curfew is not good because we have to stop working earlier, but that's the solution. That's what protects us and protects our families.
First blood.
Preliminary data show that Senegal's economy shrank by nearly 1% in 2020 after growing over 5% in the previous year. The government wants to get back to growth, so measures that nip the pandemic in the bud are therefore a priority.
Now, the Hofbräu House is an institution across Germany and a beloved tourism spot. Not this winter, the pandemic forcing its closure just like other restaurants. But for one location in Berlin, the doors remain open for those that need. Take a look.
Berlin might be on lockdown, but there's plenty going on in the Hofbräu House kitchen. Chef Dennis Schmidt is preparing something perfect for this time of year, a hearty dish that sticks to the ribs. Today we're preparing a coachman's goulash, made with pork knuckles, onions, gravy, and dumplings. Nina is a regular here. She's 35 years old and homeless. The relief organization Kälte Hilfe Berlin has teamed up with the Hofbräu House to help people in need. For Nina, this is the only way to keep warm. Especially with the temperatures around 0 degrees or less, it's hard to be outside all day. And for me, it's the cold air. I breathe in cold air all day long, and my body can't manage to keep warm. An estimated 10,000 homeless people live on the streets of Berlin. The pandemic has made their situation even worse. Most state-run aid facilities are closed because social distancing regulations can't be observed there. The Hofbräu House has 2 floors with around 3,000 square meters of space, so there's plenty of room to socially distance. Around 120 people come by at lunch and eat. Before the pandemic, up to 5,000 liters of beer were served here every day. For the manager, Björn Schwartz, it's not a money-making venture. He donates the rooms for free. The Berlin Senate pays for the food and the personnel. Unsere Motivation ist our motivation is really good. We have a central location where we plots and we're empty. We're closed and we have nothing to do. We're only allowed to do deliveries, so we can't even use the space. You want to touch on that? Nina's been living on the streets for just over a year. After someone close to her died, she lost all hope. Now she's getting back on track. This one trigger, if you like, this one stroke of fate, and there I was at rock bottom for a few weeks. I really couldn't take it anymore. I didn't even think about going to an aid organization because I was just too messed up. It hit me all at once. Nina can relax in the Huffroy house, but the respite is all too brief. After about 4 hours, she'll head out onto the streets again.
That's it from me and the DW business team here in Berlin. Do check us out online, dw.com/business. Thanks for watching. Eco Africa. These freshly hatched sea turtles in Ivory Coast are under threat. Humans are their greatest enemies. But one NGO is working with researchers and the maritime police to protect them. Saving the sea turtles of Ivory Coast. Eco Africa. 60 minutes on DW. In the eye of climate change. Africa's megacities. What's in store for the people of DW.com African megacities. Double kill.
News Africa on the program today. We don't know because of hardship brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. We're reporting from Sierra Leone, where the practice is right. And Uganda's opposition leader Bobby Wine calls for the ICC to probe rights abuses by the government. It comes as the country braces for a tense election that's been marred by violence. Hello, I'm Chrissy Mundo. It's good to have your company. Activists in Sierra Leone say child marriage is on the rise because the coronavirus pandemic is making it harder for families to feed their children at new schools. Now, West Africa has the highest number of child brides in the world, and a decades-long campaign pushing to stop the practice had shown some success in Sierra Leone. Rates of child marriage of girls to 39%. Now that progress is being threatened.
The remote village of Royale in eastern Sierra Leone. It was here that a man saw Marie Kamara as she walked to primary school. Then he proposed. He went to talk to my parents. They asked me what I thought, and I told them, "We have no money to send me to school." Chionix.
Vittoria Joe Biden în alegerea a fost confirmată, deși sute de susținători al lui Donald Trump au găsit și anunțat data căderea Congresului American, încercând să împiedice asta. În confruntările cu forțele de ordine au murit 4 dintre ei. În România, lupta cea mare se dă pentru începerea școlii. Părinții cer ca elevii din anii terminali să se întoarcă în bănci mai repede de februarie. Deocamdată însă este vacanță, așa că în puținele stațiuni în care este zăpadă s-au format post interminabile la teleschi. Imagini incredibile în această seară.
Oana Andoni reprezintă știrile ProTV.
Bună seara! Lumea întreagă a asistat cu frigurare la scene de neimaginat derulate la Washington, unde clădirea Congresului American a fost luată cu asalt de susținătorii lui Donald Trump, mulți dintre ei înarmați. Aceștia au întrerupt cu brutalitate o ședință extraordinară de validare a președintelui ales Joe Biden. Aleși americani, inclusiv vicepreședintele Mike Pence, au fost evacuați de urgență de agenții Secret Service. 4 oameni au murit în terorile de la Capitoliu, 2 femei și 2 bărbați. De asemenea, au fost răniți cel puțin 14 polițiști.
It's disorder. It's chaos. And it must end now.
Instigați chiar de președintele încă în funcție, susținătorii lui Trump s-au adunat cu miile în fața Congresului și au trecut fără probleme de barierele de securitate. Forțele de ordine n-au putut să-i stăpânească.
Meanwhile, up on the steps of the backside of the Capitol, we're seeing protesters overcome the police. The police are now running back into the Capitol building. We have cheers from the protesters that are watching behind the scenes.
Unii s-au cățărat pur și simplu pe ziduri, câțiva aveau scări, semn că erau pregătiți pentru asaltul Capitolului, supranumit Templul Democrației Americane. În interior, aleșii din Camera Reprezentanților și din Senatul American tocmai începeau ședința de validare a victoriei democratului Joe Biden în alegerile prezidențiale din noiembrie.
Thank you.
Ședința comună a Congresului a fost întreruptă brusc.
Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
Parlamentarii, unii purtând măști de gaze, au fost scoși de forțele de ordine din sala de ședințe. Printre cei evacuați de urgență se afla și vicepreședintele Mike Pence. În scurt timp, susținătorii lui Donald Trump au reușit să forțeze intrarea în sala de plen a Senatului și au pus stăpânire pe incintă.
No, he'll be happy. What do you mean? We're fighting for Trump.
Ba chiar unul dintre ei s-a așezat la pupitrul vicepreședintelui american Mike Pence, iar un altul s-a fotografiat pe scaunul președintei Camerei Reprezentanților Nancy Pelosi, cu un picior pe birou. În acest timp, pe un hol din clădirea Congresului s-au tras focuri de armă, iar o femeie a fost împușcată mortal.
A number of police and Secret Service were saying, get back, get down, get out of the way. She didn't heed the call, and as we kind of raced up to grab people and pull them back, they shot her in the neck, and she fell back on me.
Alte 3 persoane au murit în împrejurimile Capitolului din cauza loviturilor primite. Președintele Trump este acuzat că a alimentat furia susținătorilor săi, inclusiv prin discursul ținut ieri la un meeting din apropierea Casei Albe, botezat pompos Salvarea Americii.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become
president, and you are the happiest people.
Însă, vicepreședintele american a anunțat că nu se va opune validării victoriei lui Joe Biden, prezentându-și argumentele într-o scrisoare difuzată chiar înainte de deschiderea sesiunii extraordinare a Congresului pe care el a prezidat. Abia după câteva ore, când violențele explodau la Capitoliu, Trump le-a cerut manifestanților să plece acasă, dar repetând acuzațiile fără temei cu alegerile furate.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
Donald Trump fusese somat să potolească furia mulțimii chiar de către președintele ales Joe Biden. El a denunțat o insurecție instigată de președintele încă în funcție.
This hour, our democracy is under unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. And it must end now. I am not concerned about the safety and security of the inauguration. I am not concerned. The American people are going to stand up. Stand up now. Enough is enough is enough.
După mai bine de 3 ore de asediu, Poliția Federală și militare din Garda Națională i-au scos pe manifestanți din clădirea Congresului American folosind gaze lacrimogene și grenade de șoc. Autoritățile din Capitala Federală a Statelor Unite au decretat stare de urgență pentru 15 zile până după instalarea la Casa Albă a lui Joe Biden.
După confirmarea victoriei, Joe Biden va depune jurământul pe 20 ianuarie, când va deveni cel de-al 46-lea președinte al Statelor Unite. Donald Trump, care refuză în continuare să accepte situația, a promis totuși o tranziție de putere ordonată. Democrații nu vor avea doar Casa Albă, ci și controlul în ambele camere ale Congresului, după ce au câștigat 2 mandate de senator în Georgia, stat pentru care a fost organizat un nou studiu.
Votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes.
Buletinele de vot ale colegilor electorale au fost puse la adăpost de angajații Senatului în momentul evacuării sălii de plen. Victoria lui Joe Biden a fost validată în primele ore ale zilei de astăzi, după respingerea obiecțiilor unor congresmeni republicani care au încercat în al 12-lea ceas să răstoarne rezultatele pentru statele Arizona și Pennsylvania. Trump a reacționat pe Twitter, nu s-a desmințit, negând iarăși toate evidențele și repetând falsele acuzații cu alegerile furate, dar a promis o tranziție pașnică. Chiar dacă sunt în total dezacord cu rezultatul alegerilor și faptele mă confirmă, va fi o tranziție de putere ordonată pe 20 ianuarie, afirmă președintele în exercițiu. Alegerea lui Biden la Casa Albă a fost confirmată după o zi neagră în istoria Capitoliului, după cum a spus vicepreședintele Mike Pence, care a prezidat sesiunea comună a Congresului.
Even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again.
We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats.
Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America.
Republicani și democrați deopotrivă, aleșii americani au condamnat în termenii cei mai duri violențele și invazia de la Capitoliu. Senatorul democrat Chuck Schumer, care va conduce majoritatea în Senat din 20 ianuarie, l-a făcut răspunzător direct pe președintele Trump pentru cele întâmplate.
Half of our voters are being conditioned by the outgoing president to believe that when his party loses an election, the results must not be legitimate. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. These were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America.
Și liderul actualei majorități republicane a Senatului a fost categoric.
This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side. Our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again.
Consilierii lui Trump au demisionat sau se gândesc să demisioneze în semn de protest față de asaltul asupra sediului Congresului American. De altfel, potrivit presei de peste ocean, mai mulți membri ai administrației iau în calcul invocarea celui de-al 25-lea amendament al Constituției americane. Acesta îi autorizează pe vicepreședinte și o majoritate a cabinetului să îl declare pe președinte inapt ca să-și exercite funcția. Demersul este susținut și de activiști pentru drepturile civile.
Un eșec major al celor responsabili de securitatea clădirilor guvernamentale. Așa a fost catalogat de analiști asaltul manifestanților furioși asupra Congresului American. Deși a beneficiat de susținere masivă după atentatele teroriste, poliția Capitolului a dovedit că nu este în stare să facă față unei crize. Cosmin Stan ne explică.
Acesta este Capitoliul, simbolul democrației americane, despre care credeam că ar fi unul dintre cele mai bine păzite locuri de pe planetă, dar care a fost acum cucerit de sute de huligani. Evident că toată lumea se întreabă cum a fost posibil așa ceva. În mod normal, Congresul American are propriul serviciu de poliție din care fac parte 1800 de oameni, a căror misiune este să-i apere pe aleși. Numărul lor a crescut mult, mai ales după atacurile teroriste. Procedurile și misiunile lor s-au schimbat, pregătirea a devenit mai temeinică, dar toate au eșuat aseară. Iată harta zonei în care se află clădirea Congresului American. Cei mai mulți protestatari erau adunați aici, pe latura care dă spre celebra promenadă de Mall, zona unde se pregătește de altfel amfiteatrul pentru ceremoniile de investire a noului președinte. În timp ce polițiștii făceau oarecum față presiunii majorității protestatarilor, în spate, pe latura de est, susținătorii lui Trump au avut mai mult succes și au reușit să pătrundă în clădire. Ei au intrat practic pe aici, prin est, cum spuneam, s-au împrăștiat în toată clădirea, au urcat la etaj, au trecut prin celebra rotondă, adică holul central situat chiar sub domul Capitoliului și au luat apoi cu asalt sala de ședințe a Senatului, dar și pe cea a Camerei Reprezentanților, aflată, iată, în celălalt capăt al clădirii, unde de altfel avea loc ședința reunită a celor două camere. În mod ciudat, după ce au intrat, interacțiunea cu forțele de ordine din interior a fost oarecum pașnică. Încercările polițiștilor de a opri înaintarea protestatarilor au fost mai degrabă, iată, timide. În locul cel mai fierbinte, în sala Camerei Reprezentanților, acolo unde avea loc ședința parlamentarilor, care însă fuseseră evacuați între timp prin tuneluri subterane, forțele de securitate au baricadat ușile și îi vedem așteptând cu pistoalele îndreptate spre intrare. Protestatarii au ajuns până în biroul democratei Nancy Pelosi, speakerul Camerei Reprezentanților și unul dintre cei mai înverșunați adversari ai lui Donald Trump. Au lăsat și un bilet pe unul dintre birouri pe care au scris un mesaj amenințător: nu vom da înapoi. Și, în final, nu au plecat cu mâna goală. Îl vedem pe acest individ traversând rotonda Capitoliului, ducând fericit cu el pupitrul de la care lua cuvântul democrata Nancy Pelosi. Poliția a fost nepregătită, ineficientă și chiar complice. Au strigat în cor atât democrații cât și mulți republicani, după ce scandalul a fost aplanat, iar huliganii au fost evacuați. Analiștii cred că eșecul este în mod clar al celor responsabili cu securitatea.
Principalii vinovați sunt cei care au semnat protecția acestei entități spre ei sunt principalii vinovați. Faptul că n-au știut să gestioneze această situație nu este au ieșit cei care erau stăcinați. Este niciodată și am asistat la scene care nu au făcut bine nimeni.
Strategia de apărare a Congresului se centrează pe masarea trupelor în interior și în afară. Congresul este apărat de o poliție specială, poliția Congresului. Și fără cererea expresă a liderilor Congresului, nici poliția statală, nici poliția federală, nici garda națională. Responsabilitatea este a celui care i-a trimis acolo. Donald Trump le-a spus să meargă acolo, nu le-a cerut să plece de acolo, și când le-a cerut să plece de acolo, nu a recunoscut că a pierdut alegerile. Donald Trump este nu partea problemei, ci este problema.
Ordinea a fost restabilită după aproape 3 ore de pauză în clădirea legislativului american. A fost nevoie de intervenția Poliției Metropolitane a orașului Washington, dar și a Gărzii Naționale. Aceasta, din urmă, a fost mobilizată la ordinul vicepreședintelui Mike Pence și nu a lui Donald Trump.
Invitatul știrilor protele din această sală este gazetarul Cristian Tudor Popescu. Bună seara! Din aceste imagini, ne putem întreba dacă a ieșuat democrația chiar în timpul ei, ce se întâmplă în America?
Rusia încă nu are. Ce se întâmplă? Președintele Statelor Unite a practicat terorism de stat. Deci nu ISIS, nu Al-Qaeda sau alte organizații teroriste de pe glob.
Teroriști americani.
Nu teroriști americani. Președintele Statelor Unite. Ca în cele mai proaste seriale de pe net, președintele, iată, fiind în aceste seriale fie un agent al puterilor străine, fie fiind un monstru extraterestru, președintele este cel care a pus la cale această lovitură de stat. De ce îi spun lovitură de stat? Deși nu a beneficiat, exact ce discutam aseară, de la bun început a știut că nu are armata de partea lui Donald Trump. Pentru că e vorba de o lovitură îndreptată asupra statului american care a reușit. Această lovitură a reușit. Consecințele, rănile pe care le-a produs imaginii Statelor Unite în lume, atât printre aliații Statelor Unite, cât și la dușmanii Statelor Unite, sunt de proporții care nu pot fi calculate în acest moment. Toate consecințele nu pot fi calculate. Ca să-mi argumentez ceea ce am spus, da? Această lovitură asupra statului întreprinsă chiar de președinte. În zona elips de lângă Casa Albă, câteva ore înainte să înceapă ceremonia în Congres, președintele Trump și-a strâns susținătorii într-un meeting și a spus așa: vom merge pe jos. Vom merge pe jos la Capitoliu și îi vom încuraja pe bravii noștri senatori și congresmeni și femei. Și probabil că nu o să fim încurajatori pentru unii dintre ei, fiindcă nu veți lua niciodată țara noastră înapoi fiind slabi. Trebuie să arătați forță, show strength și să fiți puternici. Be strong. Ce se poate mai clar decât atât ca instigare la asalt și la violență. Însă, hai să ne gândim la de ce a făcut asta Donald Trump. După părerea mea, cheia acestei lovituri asupra democrației, asupra statului american, a fost vicepreședintele Mike Pence. Adică, după părerea mea, ca să aibă sens toată această operațiune clar declanșată, după cum vedeți, imediat după asta s-au lăcustit acești, nimeni nici n-au așteptat să termine ce avea de spus Trump. Cum a auzit "You must show strength", s-au dus aici și au făcut ce au făcut. Mike Pence ar fi trebuit, la dorința lui Donald Trump,
am speranță susținerea lui.
Gândiți-vă la cum se strigă statele, voturile statelor în ceremonia din Capitoliu. Pe locul alfabetic era Alabama, Alaska, Arizona. La Arizona se știa limpede că va exista obiecție. Da? Erau acolo Ted Cruz, alții știa că se va ridica obiecție. Acolo Mike Pence trebuia să spună, întrucât există această obiecție, vom face o comisie cu ambele camere, o comisie a Congresului care să vadă dacă e vreo problemă, sau retrimitem voturile Arizonei, le trimitem ca să fie recertificate în stat, dădea cu ciocănelul în masă, suspendăm ședința.
Ceea ce nu s-a întâmplat.
Asta nu s-a întâmplat.
De ce nu a făcut asta?
Dacă făcea asta, imediat. După ce făcea asta, atunci avea sens năvala acestor decerebrați, pentru că i-ați văzut da? De cei ce erau capabili. Nu numai că erau de neoprit, vedem cât de neoprit erau, dar acești oameni nu aveau niciun gând în cap. Ei n-au venit aici cu nimic, clar. Ba, unii dintre ei, dintre acești nătărăi agresivi, spune, am venit pentru că vrem să dăm jos guvernul corupt. Imbecilule, guvernul e al lui Trump, al liderului tău, tu ești aici la Capitoliu, aici este Parlamentul, nu e guvernul. Da? Altul a venit aici pentru că este revoluționar. Dar ce revoluționar? Nu știu. Ăla cu coarne pe care l-ați arătat și cu blană, marele vedeta acum, ăla știți în ce crede? Crede în faptul că statul american e controlat de pedofili și sataniști în clipa de față și că Donald Trump este alesul lui Dumnezeu care îi va lupta cu ei și îi va învinge. Astea sunt ideile acestor inși care au venit aici. Ăștia nu sunt marea masă a votanților Trump, care nu au, mulți dintre ei nu au astfel de idei. Votează din alte considerente economice, din considerente religioase, conservatoare, mai departe. Cei prezenți aici au fost extremiști care au venit ca la galeriile, ca ultrașii de galerie, cu ideea să se bată, să năvălească, să rupă, să-și facă selfie-uri, i-ați văzut, cu picioarele pe masă, au furat documente și așa mai departe.
Mike Pence a salvat situația.
Deci Mike Pence, care e un politician vechi, care totuși e format în cultura politică americană, a dat citiri chiar înainte de a începe ceremonia, a spus, domnule, eu nu pot să fac.
A avut tăria să...
Nu, a avut. Pune, și dacă ar fi făcut-o, vă dați seama, pentru vecie, numele lui ar fi fost pătat în istoria Statelor Unite, pentru că el nu avea niciun drept să facă asta. Legea nu-i permitea și el știa foarte bine lucrul ăsta. Și atunci n-a făcut-o. Da? Dar dacă ar fi făcut asta, atunci când se ajungea la Arizona, domnule, suspendăm ședința, deci nu mai e confirmat Biden, atunci presiunea ăstora din stradă ar fi avut sens. Ședința era suspendată, vedem ce se întâmplă în continuare, mai strângem o dată Congresul, așteptăm Arizona, reușea să blocheze în 6 ianuarie, cum și amenințat Donald Trump de atâtea ori. Înainte de 6
Cum a
ianuarie.
putea să gestioneze Joe Biden acest nucleu dur format în jurul lui Donald Trump?
Stați puțin, să mai judecăm o chestiune. Chestiunea cu intratul în Capitoliu. Știți de ce mi-a amintit acea năvală căreia nu i s-a opus nimeni? Nu-mi iese din cap imaginea, n-ați arătat-o, arătată, acelei hoarde care năvălește în hulul Capitoliului și apoi pe scări și în fața ei se află un soi de păznicuț, de la ca la leopardul gardul security de la mall, de la supermarket, da? Cu un băț în mână, care le făcea, plecați de aici! Asta era, domnule, aia era apărarea Capitolului, da? Da? Care era și cam corpulent, săracul și speriat, ăsta era în fața. Păi, poliția Capitolului trebuia să apere Capitolul de o mulțime dezlănțuită de dimensiunile acestea. Poliția Capitolului apără de persoane fizice care încearcă să intre acolo. Nu poliția Capitolului, ci trupele speciale pentru dispersarea mulțimilor dezlănțuite. Așa ceva există, care au și apărut la un moment dat, mult mai târziu.
Destul de târziu, totuși.
Mult mai, 3 ore mai târziu, au apărut în sfârșit cei care au dotare, sculeși, care au procedură și care împing mulțimea pas cu pas cu gaze lacrimogene, scut baston și ați văzut că imediat o dă înapoi. Unde erau ăștia? Toate organizațiile astea de extremă dreaptă au anunțat cu mult timp înainte, cu zile înainte, au anunțat că vom fi acolo. Toți ăștia, Proud Boys, QAnon și mai departe, au spus vom fi acolo. Când Donald Trump a rostit ce a rostit, unde erau serviciile secrete? Unde cei organele de reacție, pe de-aia vă spun, care să dea alerta, dom'le, nu începeți lucrările Congresului până când nu suplimentăm forțele de ordine. Și ar fi trebuit să vină pe treptele alea profesioniștii în a ține mulțimea sub control. Nici o reacție din partea acestor organe. Vă amintiți cât a trecut între primul avion intrat în primul turn.
11 septembrie.
Da, pe 11 septembrie și al doilea. Eu nu o să 18 minute. 18 minute în care în jurul turnurilor nu s-a ridicat niciun avion de vânătoare care să protejeze celălalt turn, ci în general în spațiul aerian al Statelor Unite nu s-a produs nicio acțiune, nicio intervenție efectivă în 18 minute. Aici au avut tot timpul din lume organele pentru a asigura, n-ar trebui să intre nimeni în congres dintre acești indivizi. De aceea, ăsta era mecanismul.
Credeți că Donald Trump mai are un viitor în politică?
Și îl construiește în clipa de față. Asta a și făcut. De aceea a spus acum, mergeți acasă, trebuie să fie pace, sunteți speciali.
Tardiv a venit acest mesaj.
Bineînțeles, l-au forțat. Sunt surse care spun că au stat, au năpădit până în consilierii ăia care nu-și dădeau demisia. Și au dat atâția demisia.
Spuneați aseară că e un mesaj șiret.
Absolut, și șiret. Un mesaj perfid. Deci, pe de o parte, trebuie să mergem acasă, trebuie să fie pace și pe de altă parte, vă înțeleg pentru ce ne-au făcut nenorociții ăștia. Sunteți speciali, vă iubim, vă iubesc. Asta i-a pregătit pentru noi astfel de speciali, vă iubim, bravo, pentru noi astfel de fapte. Trump și trumpiții nu vor dispărea din politica americană. Se pregătește, chiar a și spus, asta e primul mandat, vedem noi în continuare. Da?
Domnule Ionescu, vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru prezența în studio. Schimbăm acum registrul și vă spunem că, deși vara este încă departe, la mare se lucrează de zor. Cu cât a crescut plaja din Mamaia și ce urmează, aflați în câteva momente. Acolo unde sunt mai puține cazuri de COVID-19, părinții și-ar putea trimite mai devreme copiii la școală, dar pe semnătură. Reprezentanții părinților au discutat astăzi cu Ministrul Educației și au agreat de revenirea elevilor în bănci. În cazul celor din an terminal s-ar putea întâmpla și mai repede. Oricum, pentru a recupera materia, ar putea face ore inclusiv sâmbătă.
După ore întregi de consultări cu reprezentanții părinților și cu cei ai elevilor, Ministrul Educației a anunțat că 8 februarie rămâne data de deschidere a școlilor, dacă nu va crește numărul îmbolnăvirilor după 15 ianuarie și dacă profesorii se vor vaccina în număr mare. Așadar, încă se analizează toate scenariile, iar decizie finală se va lua cu o săptămână înainte de începerea semestrului 2.
Data de 8 februarie este o dată pe care ne dorim cu toții pentru începerea semestrului 2 informatic fizic. Nu excludem scenariul în care vom prioritiza zonele cu o rată de infectare mai scăzută. Nu excludem scenariul prin care vom prioritiza grădinița și învățământul primar. Nu excludem scenariul prin care vom prioritiza elevii clasele a 8 și a 12 care vor susține examenele naționale.
Federațiile de părinți insistă însă ca elevii să înceapă cât mai repede cursurile.
Dacă totul decurge normal, există posibilitatea și mai devreme de prioritizat mai mult ani de examen decât învățământul primar. Pentru ceilalți ani de studii, în funcție de rata incidenței, decizia să fie la nivelul inspectoratelor școlare și inclusiv la nivelul familiilor. Repet, deci nu oblig niciun părinte, chiar dacă scenariul este verde, să meargă la școală dacă el vrea să rămână în online.
Tot astăzi, ministrul a anunțat că profesorii pot încheia mediile și dacă elevii au doar 2 note la finalul semestrului 1. Grav este însă că cei care au fost rupți total de școală ar putea rămâne repetenți dacă dascălii nu vor găsi soluții pentru ei, spune același oficial.
Anul trecut, în aceeași perioadă, în semestrul 1, un număr de 15.000 de elevi au avut mediile neîncheiate. Care va să zic că sunt cauze pe care deja le cunoaștem, dar ceea ce va fi peste 15.000 va fi în siguranță generat cauza de efectele pandemiei, de efectul dificultăților în derularea procesului de învățământ online. Orice acțiune remedială se va închide în ultimă instanță pe devotamentul și profesionalismul profesorului.
Elevii și părinții au cerut și susținerea examenelor naționale cu prezența fizică la datele stabilite.
Mai mult decât atât, e important să vorbim și despre simulările naționale, atât pentru clasa 8 cât și pentru clasa 12-a.
Odată cu revenirea fizică în școli, pentru a se recupera materia pierdută, elevii ar putea merge la școală inclusiv sâmbătă, spune Ministrul Educației. În plus, pe lângă școlile de vară, care se pregătesc încă de acum, pentru elevii de clasa 8 și a 12-a, care în vară vor susține examenele naționale, se va elabora o tematică de examen adaptată la ce s-a predat.
Ministrul Educației va discuta și cu rectorii în următoarele zile. Majoritatea facultăților au anunțat că își vor primi studenții fizic în amfiteatre și laboratoare după data de 8 februarie.
Până una alta este încă vacanță, iar cele câteva pârtii cu zăpadă din țara noastră atrag mii de adulți și copii la schi. În masivul Postovaru s-au format cozi infernale, adevărate teste ale răbdării. Administratorii domeniului schiabil s-au străduit să facă ordine și îndeamnă pe oameni să poarte neapărat măști de protecție, mai ales că producătorii de echipamente au scos pe piață accesorii cu filtre anti-COVID.
Așa arăta astăzi la prânz stația de îmbarcare a telescaunului din masivul Postăvaru. Așezați pe mai multe rânduri, mii de oameni se înșirau la o coadă care se întindea pe aproape 200 de metri și creștea de la un minut la altul. Printre ei Alex Dârstariu, un schior avansat care își propusese să facă cel puțin 20 de coborâri.
11:43 de minute. Ne-am așezat la coadă, este foarte aglomerat, foarte mulți copii, este vacanță.
Alex a ajuns la îmbarcare după 40 de minute de așteptare. Coborârea pe schiuri i-a luat apoi nu mai mult de 5 minute.
Astăzi am coborât de 3 ori, cred că cam în 3 ore. Este foarte aglomerat.
20 de minute și jumătate de oră la fiecare urcare. Lumea vine, se umple, după ora 11 se poate sta 30, poate 40 de minute la coadă.
În stațiunile de pe Valea Prahovei nu este zăpadă, iar pe platoul Bucegilor astăzi a bătut vântul și nu s-a putut schia. Pasionații sporturilor de iarnă s-au orientat toți spre vârful masivului Postăvarul și de aici nebunia.
Avem 3 instalații mari, de capacitate mare, care toată ziua aduc oameni aici și toți rămân aici. Am pus garduri, ne tot urcăm cu gardurile. Vă dați seama, câți mai mulți oameni o să ajungem să plecăm direct de sus. E o stațiune pentru o țară. Am ajuns să fim o stațiune pentru o țară.
Administratorii pârtilor, salvamontiștii și jandarmii montani patrulează în continuu și îi îndeamnă pe schiorii să păstreze pe cât posibil distanța și să se protejeze. Coada apare să nu se mai termine și la telescaunul din Puscat, județul Cluj.
Cât timp așteptați? Și o jumătate de oră se stă. Cât durează să coborâți? 3-4 minute.
Aici unii au uitat de regulile de bun simț.
Se meargă foarte mult în față. Uitați, acolo se ducă și au un pic pe cartelă și au 2 coborâri și mai intră direct.
În aglomerația care se formează la instalațiile de urcat pe cablu, riscul de infectare cu SARS-CoV-2 este ridicat. Producătorii de echipamente sportive au scos pe piață măști și cagule cu filtre de protecție. Un astfel de accesoriu costă în medie 100 de lei.
Protecția este dată nu numai de mască, dar și de un filtru care este adiacent acesta. Vorbim de un filtru protecție 98%. Un filtru care, în mod normal, dacă se poartă o perioadă lungă pe parcursul zilei, se schimbă zilnic.
Ca să nu repete experiența de astăzi, administratorii pârtilor le recomandă schiorilor să meargă să schieze cât mai de dimineață.
În tot acest timp apar plaje noi pe litoralul nostru. În Mamaia, suprafața de nisip s-a mărit cu 3 km în nici 2 luni. Deși în termen, lucrările au fost încurcate de câteva paruri lăsate de izbeliște de proprietari, chiar dacă au fost sumați să le demoleze.
În Mamaia se observă cel mai bine de la înălțime diferența dintre plaja lărgită și cea veche. În timp ce în nordul stațiunii nisipul ajunge aproape de vechile diguri din larg spre centru, are abia 20 de metri.
This moment we've done almost 3 kilometers of beach making. We used 1.25 million cubic meters of sand. The minute you see the first results of our beach nourishment in Mamaia, some parts of beach only becomes 20 meters wide.
Câștigăm mai multă plajă, nu mai mulți turiști, poate vor fi mult mai mulți oameni care vor să poată să stea mult mai depărtat, mai ales în situația în care este societatea astăzi.
Administratorii care și-au lăsat barurile pe plajă în timpul lucrărilor s-au trezit acum cu ele aproape îngropate. Cel mai probabil vor fi aduse la nivel.
Ne dorim ca acestea să fie reglate, să fie așezate corespunzător.
Costurile de montare și de nivelare vor fi statele de constructori vor fi suportate de agenții economici, dar cei care au respectiv vor ajuta pe cei care au nevoie. Plajele din Mamaia și Mădălari ar trebui să fie reglate cu 150 de metri până la sfârșitul lunii mai. Vară vor începe lucrările de extindere în Răstunești și de Furie, dar nu se știe deocamdată cum va arăta zona de protecție pe cazinou.
Avem discuții cu reprezentanții Ministerului Culturii, încercăm să găsim cea mai bună variantă posibilă, astfel încât să putem pune și prin lucrările pe care le desfășurăm noi, să punem în valoare frumusețea cazinoului.
Valoarea totală a proiectului de lărgire și protejarea plajelor de pe țărmul românesc depășește 840 de milioane de euro. Mare parte din finanțare este de la Uniunea Europeană. Statul român contribuie doar cu 15 milioane. La final, România va câștiga peste 220 de hectare noi de teren.
În jur de 1000 de doctori și asistenți medicali vor asigura vaccinarea românilor cuprinși în a doua etapă. Acest lucru se va întâmpla inclusiv în unități mobile și caravane, nu doar în centrele fixe. În aceste zile se pot afla detaliile, de la organizarea cabinetelor până la identificarea personalului. achiziția de mașini pentru echipe mobile. Între timp, campania de imunizare a personalului medical continuă. Peste 76.000 de angajați din sistem au primit prima doză.
În județul Cluj sunt 50 de centre pentru vârstnici în care trebuie să ajungă cele 2 echipe mobile de vaccinare. Jumătate dintre lucrători s-au înscris deja pe liste. Imunizarea acestora ar putea începe chiar de săptămâna viitoare.
Se vor deplasa acolo și vor realiza la fața locului vaccin, respectiv în parc unde este situația de așa natură. Echipa cu siguranță va fi formată din medic, asistent medical și paramedicul. Avem 1051 de persoane de rezidenți pentru care există acordul informat.
În alte zone lucrurile nu sunt la fel de avansate, de pildă în capitală.
Pe site-ul Direcției de Sănătate Publică București este un mesaj care anunță nevoia de personal pentru formarea echipelor mobile de vaccinare. Este obligatoriu ca medicii și asistentele care doresc să facă acest lucru să aibă certificat de liberă practică valabil. Nu se specifică de câți oameni ar fi nevoie, ori câte persoane ar urma să fie imunizate în București cu ajutorul echipelor mobile. Mai mult, până acum, DSP București nu a făcut o solicitare oficială către Primăria Capitalei, care, prin ASSMB, ar putea detașa aproximativ 300 de medici. Toate persoanele care vor participa în campania de vaccinare vor fi plătite.
În total, spune directorul DSP București, vor fi 6 echipe mobile în capitală, câte una în fiecare sector. În Ilfov, reprezentanții DSP spun că au solicitat de la Departamentul pentru Situații de Urgență 2 mașini pentru cele 2 caravane care ar urma să vaccineze cele 3.000 de persoane aflate în centrele rezidențiale din județ. Deocamdată nici aici nu a fost identificat personalul medical. O variantă ar fi medicii de familie. A doua etapă de vaccinare anticovid ar trebui să înceapă pe 15 ianuarie cu persoanele din centrele rezidențiale. Sunt 1884 în toată țara, cu aproximativ 40.000 de persoane internate.
Trebuie ca acea persoană să fie eligibilă pentru vaccinare, adică în primul rând să aibă contraindicații medicale, în al doilea rând să-și dorească să facă această vaccinare și de asemenea este important ca persoana respectivă să nu fie în cursul unei infecții aflate în derulare sau să nu fie în prima lună de la momentul unei infecții cu SARS-CoV-2. Am dispus să se înceapă încă de pe acum obținerea consimțământului informat.
Pe lângă centrele medico-sociale și rezidențiale, echipele mobile de vaccinare vor merge în casele celor care sunt imobilizați la pat, dar și la cei care nu pot ajunge ușor la un centru fix de imunizare. În a doua jumătate a lunii ianuarie va începe și vaccinarea celorlalte persoane considerate cu risc mare de îmbolnăvire, cei care au împlinit 65 de ani și cei cu boli cronice, indiferent de vârstă, adică în jur de 4 milioane de persoane care vor primi serul și angajați care nu își pot părăsi locul de muncă.
Comisia Europeană este cu ochi pe noi. Așteptăm de la România un buget robust pe 2021, a scris astăzi vicepreședintele Comisiei Europene după o discuție cu ministrul nostru de Finanțe. Mesajul de la Bruxelles este clar. România trebuie să fie foarte atentă la cheltuieli după ce în 2020 am avut un gol bugetar uriaș. Bruxelles atrage însă atenția că țara noastră trebuie să asigure toate resursele pentru lupta împotriva pandemiei, dar și pentru refacerea economiei.
Așteptăm un buget robust pe 2021, a scris azi pe Twitter vicepreședintele executiv al Comisiei Europene, Valdis Dombrovskis, după o primă discuție telefonică cu ministrul român de finanțe, Alexandru Nazare. La rândul lui, oficialul român a anunțat că promovarea investițiilor rămâne prioritară, la fel și folosirea fondurilor europene, și că l-a asigurat pe șeful din Comisia Europeană că va monitoriza proiectele care stau pe loc. Discuția dintre cei doi vine la o săptămână după ce, într-o scrisoare trimisă de oficialii europeni ministrului nostru, Bruxelles solicita autorităților de la București să ia măsuri pentru ca datoria publică să nu scape de sub control. Fără măsuri de corecție, spun specialiștii Comisiei Europene, România ar ajunge peste 7 ani la o datorie publică de 100% din tot ceea ce produce economia noastră într-un an. Deja situația e gravă. În 2020, România a cheltuit cu 96 de miliarde de lei mai mult decât a încasat din impozite și taxe. Au fost mărite constant sumele pentru sănătate, în vreme ce veniturile au fost reduse de restricțiile din economie și de păsuirile de taxe. Așa s-a ajuns la un deficit bugetar de 9% din produsul intern brut, adică de 3 ori pragul maxim acceptat de Comisia Europeană. Nici în 2021 nu vom sta foarte bine. Guvernul estimează un deficit de 7%. Abia pentru 2024 prevede o revenire sub pragul de 3% acceptat de Comisia Europeană. Pentru depășirea acestei limite, Comisia Europeană ar putea oricând impune sancțiuni României, iar la primăvară urmează ca țara noastră să fie evaluată din nou.
Vor trebui făcuți pași pentru a aduce deficitul bugetar pentru a arăta un trend descendent. Guvernul va veni în continuare cu programe de ajutor a economiei, însă vor fi mult mai punctuale și mult mai țintite exact pentru categoriile de persoane sau de companii puternic afectate de această criză a coronavirusului.
Între timp, fostul ministru al finanțelor, actualul premier Florin Câțu, cere ministrilor să facă o evaluare a tuturor măsurilor aflate în vigoare care presupun bani de la buget și să facă o prioritizare a cheltuielilor.
Vreau să facem reformă. Banul public nu o să mai fie cheltuit aiurea.
Pentru a reveni pe un făgaș normal, guvernul a luat deja primele măsuri, a înghețat salariile bugetarilor, indemnizațiile pentru demnitari, dar și pensiile speciale. Asta în vreme ce trebuie să se asigure că sunt bani suficienți pentru creșterea de pensii și de alocații. De cealaltă parte, guvernul s-a angajat și să sprijine în continuare firmele, dar și să le păsuiască de la plata taxelor vreme de încă 3 luni. Toate acestea însă vor avea și un efect în scăderea veniturilor la buget. Laura Culiță, ProTV.
Este forfotă mare la grădina zoologică din Londra. Ca la fiecare început de an, angajații muncesc de zor să facă recensământul locatarilor. Și nu e deloc ușor. Trebuie numărate toate viețuitoarele, peste 18.000 în total. Întregul proces durează câteva zile.
Înarmați cu boosteri și multă răbdare, angajații s-au apucat să numere toate viețuitoarele din incinta parcului, de la tigri și maimuțe până la păsări și insecte.
So we've got some amazing animals to add to the stock take for the first time today. In our first lockdown, we saw 2 beautiful otter pups born. Then later in September, we had Edie, our carpy calf, part of a really important breeding program. And then just last month, in December, we welcomed Geisha from Denmark, our female Sumatran tiger, to join our male.
Anul acesta, din cauza noilor măsuri de carantină luate pe fondul pandemiei, îngrijitorii descriu întregul proces ca fiind probabil cel mai intens din istoria de 2 secole a parcului.
18,000 animals is quite a task, as you can imagine. For some keepers, maybe counting the giraffes is quite easy, they're quite large. But for some of our smaller stock, like our invertebrate species, it can be quite a task. So instead of counting them individually, we'll count them in colonies, making it slightly easier.
Pe parcursul acestui proces, informațiile sunt puse cap la cap și transmise unui centru internațional de date pentru animalele ținute în captivitate. Se fac apoi comparații de la un an la altul și de la o grădină zoo la alta. Datele sunt folositoare mai ales pentru a supraveghea starea de sănătate a speciilor pe cale de dispariție. În plus, dacă e nevoie, dieta locatarilor de la zoo este schimbată.
When we see Pleiadian ships, we see a sphere of light, because the Merkaba moving so fast. The Atlantean civilization was the product of Arthurian people, but the first Atlantis was not about pyramids. It was about the temple within. They taught us how to relate with the world. The giants were the keepers of that wisdom, that information. The reptilians represented for us the negative and the positive. And we will explore in Anunnaki and how this created structure for the humans to transcend.
Back to the edge. She became a state treasurer who invested in local commander. Second, not predicted. Relief shops were often direct payment. Just given the threats with their announcement, today I'm pleased to announce the latest members of our economic team. With their announcement, I'm proud to announce we have finished naming our cabinet, saving the best for last. 24 outstanding women and men who will get our country moving again, and who are going to restore trust in our government again.
and who all of whom are ready on day one to do their job. This is a cabinet that I promised you, and I fulfilled that promise, and looks like America. It taps into the full range of talent we have in our nation. We have immense talent. It's a historic cabinet.
Who's working?
This
Who's
will be
wasting
the
the
first
time?
cabinet ever that is evenly composed with as many women as men in the cabinet. This will be the first cabinet ever with a majority of people of color occupying this cabinet. And it has more than a dozen history-making appointments, including the first woman Secretary of Treasury, first African-American Defense Secretary, the first openly gay cabinet member, and the first Native American cabinet secretary. We're also on track. We named a record 50 high-level appointments that are subject to president confirmation, more than any president ever elected has done. We've done our job. We've begun my job of naming these people. It's my expectation and hope that the Senate will now move to confirm these nominees promptly and fairly. There's a special case for the nominees for Secretary of State, Defense, Treasury, Homeland Security. I nominated them back in November. Given what our country has been through the last 4 years, the last few days, given the threats and the risks in this world, they should be confirmed as close to January 20th as possible. There should be no vacancies at State, Defense, and Treasury and Homeland Security. And we will remain in this dark winter of pandemic where the economic crisis is deepening, and we have no time to lose with regard to the entire team. Consider the December jobs report released today. The anxiety and fear of the women and men out there reminds me of when President Obama and I were sworn in during the Great Recession, 2009. This December jobs report shows millions of Americans are still hurting through no fault of their own. We lost another 140,000 jobs. The first negative jobs report was the height of the pandemic in the spring. More people have just lost a job, while many have been out of work for a long time. The ongoing gap between Black, Latino, and Black and Latino unemployment remains much too large, that gap. In many ways, the jobs report is a pandemic report. With the pandemic raging, people are losing work and losing hope. Hospital industry, restaurant, bars, lost more than 372,000 jobs. State and local governments are slashing jobs. 20,000 local educators lost their jobs just last month. In the midst of this pandemic, there are millions of people out of work, unable to pay their rent and mortgage. They're waiting in line for hours and to get money to get food from a food bank. Think of this, the United States of America. People are lined up for miles in their automobiles, waiting to get a meal put on the table to feed their family. And they're left staring at the ceiling, so many, unable to sleep, worried will they have their health insurance, wondering if they'll be okay. The bottom line is the job report shows we need to provide more immediate relief for working families and businesses now. Not just to help them get to the other side of this painful crisis, but a larger purpose, to avoid a broader economic cost that exists out there, that will happen due to long-term unemployment, hunger, homelessness, and business failures. But by acting, the vast majority of leading economists suggest that that's what we need to do to revive the economy. In fact, economic research confirms that with conditions like the crisis today, especially with such low interest rates, taking immediate action, even with deficit finance, is going to help the economy, long-term and short-term, reduce scarring in the workforce, increase growth, and reduce our national debt burden. Failure to act will have the opposite effect. I've said before, the bipartisan COVID relief package passed in December was a very important step, but just a down payment. Next week, I'll be here with you all laying out the groundwork for the next COVID economic relief package that meets the critical moment of our economy and our country that we face at the moment. For example, vaccines given to travesty. This would be the greatest operational challenge we'll ever face in the nation. We're going to need billions of dollars to get the vaccines from a vial into someone's arm, the vaccination, for millions of Americans. We're also going to need tens of millions of dollars to help reopen our schools and reopen them safely. State, local, tribal communities need tens of billions of dollars to keep educators, police officers, firefighters, and other first responders, public health workers on the job. We need more direct relief flowing to families, small businesses, including finishing the job of getting people that $2,000 in relief, direct payment. $600 is simply not enough. We have to choose between paying rent, putting food on the table, keeping the lights on. I also hope that Democratic control of the House and Senate will raise the odds of prompt action on increasing the minimum wage. I've long said that we need to reward work, not just wealth in this country. People in both parties now recognize it's time to raise the minimum wage so hardworking people earn at least $15 an hour minimum. No one should work as millions are doing today, 40 hours a week at a job and still live below the poverty line. They're entitled to at least a $15 minimum wage per hour. Folks, big focus will also be on small businesses and how to correct the current administration's failure to give relief to Main Street small businesses that are most in need. Mom and pop stores are the backbone of the economy. They're also, as you all know, they're the glue that holds communities together. It holds them together. But today, more than 1 in 4 small businesses are not open. At least 400,000 are closed for good. As a month goes by, a third of black-owned businesses, and more than a fifth of Latino-owned businesses, and more than a quarter of Native American-owned businesses have less than 1 month in reserve to cover the previous rounds of economic relief last year helped millions of small businesses stay afloat and keep employees in a payroll. But there were clear problems. Black and brown-owned small businesses had less access to that relief. Mom and pop shops were often the last in line, while big, well-connected businesses jumped in front of the line and got more relief and got it faster. And at every turn, this administration, the Trump administration, has undermined accountability for every tax dollar spent, weakening oversight, firing inspector generals. So it's no surprise an independent watchdog found that tens of thousands of ineligible companies received relief they should not have, including from fraud and abuse, siphoning off support for their very small businesses that need it so badly. But the good news is that the relief package passed last month provides additional aid to small business and workers. But as I said from the beginning, the need to make sure that relief and future relief reaches everyone who needs it, we need to do more. These relief dollars will start to flow quickly, potentially while the current administration is still in office. And they may send out money that they won't have any control over. But for what we have to control, need control over, I want to be very clear what my priorities are for distributing this emergency aid swiftly and equitably. Our focus will be on small businesses on Main Street that aren't wealthy and well-connected, that are facing real economic hardships through no fault of their own. Our priority will be Black, Latino, Asian, and Native American-owned small businesses, women-owned businesses, and finally having equal access to resources needed to reopen and rebuild. But we're going to make a concerted effort to help small businesses in low-income communities, in big cities, small towns, rural communities that have faced systemic barriers to relief. Look at a mom and pop owner with a couple of employees who can't pick up the phone and call the banker who doesn't have a lawyer, an accountant, help them through this complicated process. To know if they're even qualified, or who simply didn't know where this relief was available in the first place. We went through this down when we brought Detroit back. And as we saw in this morning's job report, restaurants, bars, and hospitality industry have been slammed by this virus. We're going to direct relief to those businesses and others that have been so badly hit the hardest. We owe them that support to help them get through the other side of this crisis. And I promise you, we will investigate and prosecute waste and fraud in these programs so the money goes to the companies that deserve it, and we'll use it to help their employees and their communities. When my president, President Obama, asked me to implement the Recovery Act, in every community understand the rules for these programs, the resources available to them, where they can turn for technical assistance if they need it. We will have navigators help guide them through each step of this process so the money they need is in their bank account. And to the lenders participating in these programs, you should move quickly, without delay, to begin extending relief. But I urge you not to dispute this fund. The same different way you have it. Just like we do in return, we make our expectations. You sir. Yeah. Bottom line is, we miss the most economic, unequal economic jobs crisis. Congress needs to act as quickly as possible on all the issues I just laid out. That's how we can contain the build back better, and recover for all. This is a team that's going to help get that done. Secretary of Congress, I nominated Governor Gina Raimondo, Rhode Island, daughter of a working class family, who knows what it's like when her parents' factory job was shipped overseas. She never took her parents' sacrifices for granted. She always remembered where she came from. She became a successful entrepreneur who created jobs on Main Street and brought businesses back from the edge. She became a state treasurer, invested in local communities, and took on financial credit. Today, she's one of the most respected, forward-thinking governors in the United States of America, the first woman ever to lead the ocean. She created an innovative loan program to help minority-owned and women-owned businesses access to capital they need, but wasn't always available. She's worked with employers to design skill training programs so that local workers will be equipped to take good-paying jobs in their own communities. She put Rhode Island on the path to achieving 100% renewable energy. She should be a key player in helping position the United States as a global leader in the 21st century clean energy. And she knows what her fellow governors, Democrats and Republicans, are dealing with on the front lines of the pandemic and the facing. And how we can all partner together as a nation to obtain COVID-19 to build back better. I'm honored, Governor, you're willing to join the administration, and we're looking forward to working. For Secretary of Labor, I nominated a good friend and a stand-up guy, Marty Walsh of Boston, son of Irish immigrants from the only downside. He's not right off the Bay up to Galway, moved to Boston. Marty was born and raised in Dorchester. I know him, tough as nails. Diagnosed with cancer at age 7, beat it at age 11. Joined the laborers union, 223 at age 21, elected to the state legislature, became union president, and graduated from college at age 42. He's now in his second term as a successful mayor of the iconic American city of Boston, who always puts working people first, fighting for a $15 minimum wage, paid family leave, providing frontline workers with the protective equipment they need. Marty understands, like I do, the middle class built this country, and unions built the middle class. He sees how union workers have been holding this country together during this crisis. Healthcare workers, keeping our hospitals safe, clean, and effective, efficient. Public service workers, fighting against budget shortfalls to keep communities afloat. Port workers, car haulers, warehouse workers, folks keeping our air and rail systems running. They're literally what's keeping us going. They deserve a Secretary of Labor who knows how to build, who knows that when I say our future will be made in America, it will be a future built by American workers. Future with historic investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, so much more. It's going to create millions of paying jobs. Marty knows worker power means not just protecting the right to union, encouraging unionization, collective bargaining. Fair Labor Standards Act way back didn't just say you can have unions. It said the government should encourage the formation of unions. It also means protecting pensions, ensuring worker safety, increasing the minimum wage, ensuring workers are paid for the overtime they've earned, like we fought for in the Obama-Biden administration, making sure that we have a trade policy where for every decision we make, unions are at the table, focused on winning good jobs for American workers. This is one of the most important departments. I trust Mayor Wolf. I'm honored he accepted. I also want to say I did give serious consideration to nominating my friend Bernie Sanders. I'm confident he could have done a fantastic job. I can think of no more passionate, devoted ally to working people in this country. But after Tuesday's results in Georgia, giving Democratic control to the United States Senate and a tie vote, Bernie and I agreed, matter of fact, Bernie, we can't put control of the Senate at risk in the outcome of a special election in Vermont. He agreed we couldn't take that chance. We also discussed how we'd work together, travel the country together, helping Marty, meeting with working men and women who feel forgotten and left behind in this economy. We agreed that we'll work closely on our shared agenda for increasing worker power and to protect the dignity of work for all. I want to thank Marty for his continued friendship and leadership. Administrator of the Small Business Administration, I nominate Well, grew up in California, working alongside her dad in a small veterinary business. She devoted an early understanding of what small businesses do, small business advocate. She worked tirelessly to ensure that everyone with an entrepreneurial spark had a fair and Biden-Harris administration will be locked in on helping small businesses recover, build, and remain engines of our economic growth. As head of the SBA, Isabel will be leading a critical mission, not only to rescue small business in crisis, but to provide the capital to entrepreneurs across the country so they can innovate, create jobs, and help lead us into recovery. I'm grateful that she accepted all the service. For Deputy Commerce Secretary nominated, I have to mention my good, loyal, great friend, All the Treasury Department that's the reception of the small business President Obama asked me back on his feet. He said I could take anyone in the administration on my team. So I went to the Treasury Department, asked Don to come over and work with me, working full time. The best decision I've made. I'm not sure how he thinks about it. I think it's the best by the way, it's getting on the ground. Remember how we threw the issue about the number of buses? Lighting issue, lighting gets down and it has to be done. We found out that Floyd had a lot of qualified people during the Great Recession. Almost everyone had a program and left. When we finally got it back on its feet again, we found out there wasn't anybody left to know how to turn on the street. Literally, run the sewer department. We not only got an outfit to find us high-tech people. They came back with 53, 55 people. They all happened to be most of the minority. None had more than a high school degree. A quarter of them only had and I remember even our very good friend guess what? I've been in a 14-week program. They were taught how to program. They were taught how to do all. They ended up taking the city back to the street. Every one of them left after that time including graduation. The law started selling the point is, give people a chance. Americans can do anything. Give it a shot. They also helped me lead our national strategy to put a policy in skills they need to take advantage of in the 21st century. Healthcare, IT, clean energy, advanced manufacturing, so much more. He was there to help me launch the National Cancer Moonshot and marshal a full resource from the federal government to help end cancer. Cancer survivor himself, diagnosed and treated while he was working on this for me. Don knows about hope, he knows about resilience. I'm grateful to him and his wonderful family. Once again, answering the call to serve.
Came to America in search of you. And so after 28 years, 8-month streak of their own American stories.
Crisis or the economic crisis, to the shoulder with American workers to build back our country better. My windshield just got broken. I feel like I need to blow off some steam. Let's go.
Mr. Blanks, there's no need to be stressed. Geico makes it easy to file a claim online or over the phone.
That makes you want to celebrate with some fireworks. 5, 6, 7, go. Boom, 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 boom.
Kelly, one of the many jarring images from Wednesday's siege of the Capitol included a man sitting at the desk of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with his feet up on the desk. And we now just learned that his name is Richard Barnett. He was seen in that photo, and he's just been arrested in Arkansas by authorities and charged with entering and remaining on restricted grounds with violent entry and with theft of public property. We were awaiting more details, but we learned from a Pelosi aide earlier today that there was a laptop stolen from a conference room adjacent to her office that was used mostly for presentations. It's unclear if that is the property that is referenced in these charges, but is certainly something of concern on Capitol Hill. And Richard Barnett of Gravette, Arkansas, has been arrested for violent entry, as you see in that picture. Kelly, back to you.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
remarkable flow of headlines out of Washington today for obvious reasons. Eamon Jabbers is going to bring us some of the latest. Eamon?
Yes, Carl, that's right. We're getting a letter now that Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has sent to her Democratic colleagues on Capitol Hill, and it contains a paragraph the likes of which I don't think we've seen before in American history. Pelosi reporting to her Democratic colleagues on a conversation she had with top Pentagon leaders. Pelosi saying, I spoke to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, to discuss available precautions for preventing an unstable president from initiating military hostilities or accessing the launch codes and ordering a nuclear strike. The situation of this unhinged president could not be more dangerous, and we must do everything that we can to protect the American people from his unbalanced assault on our country and our democracy. So, Carl, the Speaker of the House, is reporting that she has spoken to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff about removing access to the nuclear codes by the President of the United States. Pelosi, in her letter here, is silent on what Milley's response may have been to that. And the trick here is going to be that there is really no constitutional way to remove the President from his authorities as Commander-in-Chief while he's still serving as Commander-in-Chief. That is, if he's not removed from office, there's no way under the Constitution that I know of anyway that you can remove some of the President's authorities, including launching a nuclear strike. So this is very dramatic and scary stuff. Pelosi here also putting the onus on Vice President Mike Pence in terms of removing the president from office, saying that she hopes that Pence will move forward with the 25th Amendment to remove the president from office. She says that she and other leaders have called Pence, and they still hope to hear from him as soon as possible with a positive answer as to whether he and the cabinet will honor their oath to the Constitution and the American people of moving forward with removing the president from office. So Pelosi here is silent also on the idea of impeachment. Clearly, she prefers that Pence and the cabinet remove the president and not Congress through the impeachment process. That's the project she's leading on here. Here, back over to you.
Layman developments are coming quickly. Thanks for keeping us posted.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Okay, so today I want to show you why this is the most supportive, most secure, and most stable knee brace you'll ever put on. It doesn't matter how weak, shaky, or unstable your knees are, and it doesn't matter if you've had past knee injuries, knee surgeries, or even knee replacements. None of that matters anymore. As soon as you put this on, you'll instantly notice that your knees have extra support and stability, and you'll notice there's a gentle pressure keeping everything in place. You won't worry about your knees feeling wobbly or weak, and you won't worry about your knee giving out on you unexpectedly. Ultimately, what this brace does is make sure you have confidence in the strength and stability of your knees again. When you wear this knee brace, you can exercise and be active, go up and down the stairs, spend time with family and friends without any worries of weak, shaky, unstable knees giving out on you or causing excess pain. And all you have to do is slide this on your knee. Make sure this little circular part right here is over your kneecap. And this knee brace will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to give your knees the structural support and stability they need and give you the confidence that your knee can do its job no matter where you are or what you're doing. This new super supportive knee brace is called the Dock Sleeve, and the reason the Dock Sleeve is able to provide so much support is because it has 4 separate structural elements that give you extremely firm and stable support without sacrificing stability or your range of movement. First, we have the kneecap stabilizer ring right here. We can see it right here. It's embedded in the middle, and it helps to keep the kneecap in place by putting pressure on it, preventing it from becoming destabilized. This stabilizer ring also acts as a gel padding that protects the knee from trauma and bruising in case you fall or bump into something. Next, we have the 2 side support springs, which you can see on each side of the knee brace right here. These act like extra tendons on the side of your knee to provide strong but very flexible support. If you look closely, you can see that these are actually springy little pieces of metal that move back and forth with
the result of such initiatives, as satellite images show, giving some of its residents and its resident bats their beloved night sky bats.
Like these beautiful birds. Returning to Africa, we head to a beach in the southwest Côte d'Ivoire to meet another group of people who invest a lot of time and energy to help keep animals safe. These birds are having fun here. In this case, sea turtles. These marine reptiles spend most of their lives in water, but often those lives depend on them surviving a treacherous crawl to the surf after hatching underneath the sand. Just as well, they've got helpers to help them make it safely on that epic little journey.
Darkness has fallen in Grand Biridi, a coastal village in Côte d'Ivoire. Every night, these men are out scouring the beach looking for sea turtles. They're wildlife conservationists. By morning, they've picked up around 30 baby turtles found in a nest. The tiny creatures will be released here near these rocks.
We were born on a lovely part of the beach, but there aren't many rocks there or places to take cover, so we relocate them to the rocky spots where they can hide from predators.
Turtles have many natural enemies, both on land and in water.
In the sea, there are sharks and fish, and on the beach, crabs, birds, and snakes all prey on them.
Female sea turtles return to land to lay their eggs in the sand. After a 2-month incubation, the freshly emerged hatchlings scuttle across the beach towards the sea. No more than 5% will reach maturity. The figure used to be even smaller. Of all their predators, humans are by far the worst. Until just a few years ago, sea turtles and their eggs were hunted and eaten in Grand Biridi.
I used to kill them. I was a poacher. I would sell lots of them, 5 or 6 a day. We'd hunt them at night with machetes and torchlight, often with the help of dogs. These days, when I see a turtle, it feels like my baby brother or sister, or my mother. They feel like family to me.
The NGO, CEM, has been active in Grand Biridi since 2010. Sensitizing locals is one of its main challenges. Maritime police play a big part in the project. They supervise the region's waters and clamp down on anyone illegally hunting sea turtles. Maxime Bouvet regularly inspects fishing vessels returning to land.
There are 2 types of fishermen. These are Ghanaians who fish with nets, so sometimes when they are fishing, they catch turtles, but they don't do it on purpose. But there are also Liberians who use fishing lines. When they cast their lines, they can hook turtles. If the marine police don't catch them, the fishermen sell the turtles.
6 maritime police patrol here. In addition to monitoring illegal fishing, they also raise awareness and distribute special nets provided by the CEM that enable turtles to escape capture. These divers report a sea turtle, but their intentions are strictly scientific. They are marine biologists and will return the reptile to the sea in a few hours. Sea turtles are a threatened species. The researchers attach a GPS so they'll be able to keep tabs on the turtles' feeding and migration habits.
We know almost nothing about their lives in the sea. That's where they spend 99% of their time. But it is difficult to research their habits.
The data collected will help in planning and maintaining a conservation zone for the species. Ultimately, Côte d'Ivoire's Environment Ministry, in cooperation with the NGO, is working to turn the country's largest sea turtle nesting area into a vast marine reserve.
It's amazing to think that those cute but helpless little creatures will grow to weigh as much as 700 kilos. Are you active in animal conservation yourself? Write and tell us about it. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. That's all for this edition of Eco Africa. I hope you enjoyed the program. Do be sure to join us again next week. And until then, stay safe and be kind to others, whether flora or fauna. Bye.
Passion, drama, competition, drive, marketing, numbers, atmosphere, power, fight, attack, intuition, love, hate, money, cash, millionaires, fans, and fans, all this because we love football. Kick off on YouTube. Join us.
Did you know that 77% of Africans are younger than 35?
That's me.
And me.
And you.
And you know what? It's time our voices were heard.
On the 77%, we talk about the issues that matter to you.
From quality to fashion.
From housing to homegrown talent.
This is where it's at.
Welcome to the 77%.
This weekend on DW. These are your 5 keys to safer food. Keep clean to prevent contamination. Separate raw and cooked foods to avoid cross-contamination. Cook thoroughly to kill microorganisms. Keep food at safe temperatures, either hot or cold, to prevent bacterial growth. Use safe water and safe raw materials to avoid contamination. Food producers are the ones primarily responsible for the safety of the food you buy. But you can protect yourself and your family from diseases in the home by applying the 5 keys to safer food. Use them. You also have a role to play.
This is DW News live from Berlin. The EU doubles its vaccination order
from BioNTech Pfizer, securing nearly half of the drug maker's global output, 300 million doses, also on the program. German authorities are under fire of the slow pace of its vaccination program as the country reports its highest one-day coronavirus death toll. Growing calls for Donald Trump's removal from the White House before his term ends in 2 weeks. Democrats and some Republicans want him out. And weather experts say last year was one of the hottest on record and warn that the need for action on global warming is more urgent than ever. I'm Phil Gale, welcome to the program. The European Union has struck a deal with drug companies BioNTech and Pfizer for an extra 300 million doses of their COVID-19 vaccine. That's nearly half the company's global production. Brussels has come under fire for securing insufficient stocks of vaccine and for the slow pace of immunisations across the bloc. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the new order is a welcome boost.
With the new agreement, we could purchase a total of up to an additional 300 million doses of the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine. In other words, this will allow us to double the amount of doses of BioNTech Pfizer.
It's European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Meanwhile, an official at Germany's health ministry says the government there has agreed preliminary deals for an extra 50 million vaccine doses in the summer. They're urgently needed to help bring infections under control. 1,200 people died from COVID-19 in Germany over the past 24-hour recording period, a new record.
A quick temperature check, and then the shipment is good to go. Here in eastern Germany, more doses of Pfizer-BioNTech's coronavirus vaccine are arriving by the day. They're just some of the 600,000 doses that are reaching vaccination centers throughout the country on Friday. But that hasn't silenced critics of the German government's handling of the vaccine rollout. Too little vaccine, confusing registration processes, and a slow vaccination timetable. The list of complaints is long. But the German government is standing by its program. And at this vaccination center in Western Germany, recipients say the wait was worth it. For me, it's like winning the lottery. My children didn't allow me to leave the house. I had to stay at home all the time. So it's great being among the first ones to get the shot. Despite the bumpy rollout, there could be some relief in sight. With a deal inked to secure millions of new doses of vaccine, and the possible approval of a third vaccine by month's end, the EU is taking steps it hopes will silence the critics of its vaccine rollout.
Let's get more from DW political correspondent Simon Young. Welcome, Simon. Was this new EU order already on the cards, or has it been prompted by criticism?
That's the weirdest thing ever.
Well, I think negotiations have been ongoing, but clearly there is a real sense of urgency around the EU, around the world, I think, about the situation as far as vaccines. Vaccines really are the answer to this pandemic, as most people see it. So there's urgency. Of course, there's also been criticism here, as you mentioned, in Germany, of the rollout of vaccines, particularly the health minister has been under fire. A lot of the federal states very unhappy at the speed of progress and the way that the purchasing process and the ordering process has been handled. So there are difficulties, but I think looking at the sort of real-world situation, experts are really worried that we could be about to see a big spike following the Christmas and New Year holiday period, and the urgency to get hold of these vaccines is definitely at a maximum at the moment. That's why it's obviously great news that the EU has got 300 million more doses. They now say they've got enough to vaccinate 80% of the EU population.
Meanwhile, Germany has done its own side deal outside the EU purchasing bloc. How is it justifying doing that side deal while simultaneously encouraging a European solidarity?
Well, indeed, the health minister again under fire for that. They're trying to play it down a little bit. I think looking forward, saying today that it's a day with this vaccines announcement, a great day in the fight against the pandemic. The health ministry spokesman did say that any extra doses ordered by Germany will not be to the disadvantage of other EU members. And of course that's important because EU rules do in fact prevent individual member states from conducting their own separate negotiations to get hold of vaccine. So, I mean, it's an important sort of political hot potato as far as the health minister is concerned anyway.
And how is Germany's health system coping? Is this new stricter lockdown having the desired effect?
Well, I think there have been problems with people obeying the rules, but what we have seen, for instance, looking at mobile phone data, they suggest that mobility over the Christmas period has been a lot lower. People are moving around a lot less. Really important because experts say that even private meetings between just a few people really do accelerate the spread of the disease. That's why we've got new restrictions in place in Germany now. We've got schools closed for a bit longer and so on. So a lot of measures in place to try and turn this situation around nationally.
Okay, Simon Young, thank you for that. Let's take a look at some of the other developments in this pandemic. The Mayor of London has declared a major incident on the same day as the UK. It declared its highest daily death toll since the start of the pandemic. Sadiq Khan says the spread of coronavirus in the British capital is now out of control. China has sealed off 2 cities south of Beijing to stem the biggest outbreak for months. People are banned from leaving Shijiazhuang and Jingtai, with combined populations of nearly 20 million. And Denmark says it will restrict travel from all countries and advise against any travel abroad until the 17th of January. Only people with a credible purpose and proof of a recent negative test will be allowed into the country. Some of the other stories are making news around the world, and the suspected mastermind of the 2002 Bali bombings that killed more than 200 people have been released from an Indonesian prison. Authorities say cleric Abu Bakar Bashir will now enter a de-radicalization. He was jailed in 2011. Spain is struggling with snowfalls not seen for decades after storm Philippine called Rita bombed the Abu Peninsula. Storming weather agencies describe the situation as exceptional and most likely historic. Lots of people are making the most of their items. Elon Musk has been named the richest man in the world. Bloomberg says the rising share price of his electric car maker Tesla means Mr. Musk has now overtaken Jeff Bezos. Bloomberg calculates that Musk is worth more than $188 billion. The woman has died after being attacked by a shark off New Zealand. Rescue crews say she was brought out of the water alive but died later with multiple leg injuries. Fatal shark attacks around New Zealand are rare. This was the first deadly incident in the region for more than a century. US President Donald Trump says he will not attend the inauguration of his successor, Joe Biden, this month, despite the president condemning this week's storming of the Capitol by his supporters. Pressure for an early end to his term is growing. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has told lawmakers how Democrats plan to introduce articles of impeachment against the president should he fail to resign immediately. She added that the move has more support than the last impeachment attempt, and they encouraged Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment and declare Donald Trump unfit for office. Mike Pence has indicated he's unwilling to do this. The Trump presidency started controversially and is ending the same way.
It began the day he took office. With his inauguration on the left and Obama's on the right, Donald Trump claimed that more people saw him sworn in than any other president in U.S. history, later clarifying that he was including those watching at home. Team Trump coined a new term for the phenomenon, alternative facts. And with another term, fake news, Trump attacked the mainstream media.
It's a whole hoax. And you know who's playing into the hoax? People like you and the fake news media that we have in this country. And I say in many cases, The corrupt media, because you're corrupt.
At the same time, he turned to the news outlets that supported him, Trump's favorite broadcaster, Fox News, and conservative sources such as Breitbart News, even hiring its head, Steve Bannon. It also helped that most grassroots Republicans accepted Trump as he granted their wishes. He lowered taxes and appointed conservative-leaning federal judges. And the Republican establishment stood behind Trump after Democratic rivals impeached him.
It appears that the most rushed, least thorough, and most unfair impeachment inquiry in modern history is about to wind down.
Trump took advantage of the pent-up frustration of his supporters after 8 years of Obama. Secure in their support, he made clear just how confident he felt before his 2016 election.
Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
He often faced criticism for not taking a clear enough stand against extremists, like when white supremacists clashed with counter-demonstrators in Charlottesville, Virginia.
I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides, I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it.
Trump's call to make America great again and keep it great energized supporters who saw themselves as real Americans finally getting their country back. Their anger was unleashed when it appeared to them that the election had been stolen, despite any conclusive evidence to back it up. And Trump's allies played along.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Right.
Trump's son said on Thursday that the Republicans should get the message being sent by his supporters gathered in Washington.
This isn't their Republican Party anymore. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
With moves underway to remove Trump from office, his opponents hope he may finally reap what he has sown.
The European Union says it will help fund accommodation for thousands of migrants currently living without shelter in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Foreign Affairs Chief Joseph Borrell says 3.5 million euros will alleviate completely unacceptable conditions. Bosnia is not an EU member, but it does border Croatia, which is. Human rights groups say that migrants often suffer rough encounters with Croatian police, including beatings and being forced back to Bosnia, allegations which Croatian authorities deny. Nearly 9,000 migrants are estimated to be in Bosnia, mostly from Afghanistan, Pakistan, or Syria. More than a third are living without shelter. Many were left homeless when a camp in Lipo was evacuated on the 23rd of December after Bosnian authorities failed to prepare it for winter. The army has now set up tents, but NGOs say more permanent shelter is needed. DW's Marina Strauss reports.
Ashraf Ahmed is angry, and he's not the only one who feels that way here in Camp.
Yes, they all guys are same problem. They are suffering here.
Ahmed tells us he was forced to leave his home in Pakistani-controlled Kashmir 2 years ago due to conflict in the region. Now he's one of several thousand migrants and refugees here in Bosnia-Herzegovina, right at the doorstep of the European Union. Most of them have only one goal: entering the EU. Ahmed has tried several times to reach Croatia, but says he was always violently pushed back by border guards.
We are a human being. We want to live. We have a family. They all guys are not criminal, not terrorists. We don't have a gun. We are weaponless.
Ashraf Ahmed is now stuck here in Camp Liba, which made headlines just before Christmas, when it was first cleared and then burned down. These damaged bunk beds are a reminder of what happened. Since then, people here have mostly had to fend for themselves. Some are collecting rainwater to drink.
We're not allowed to enter this camp. Police told us they're just following new instructions from the government,
but they could not explain to us why journalists are not being permitted inside. Bosnian authorities have faced harsh criticism because of the appalling conditions. The mayor of the nearby town of Bihać, Suret Faslic, says the national government and the EU share the blame.
The European Union has spent so much money in Bosnia in migrant crisis, but Bihać has not received any euro. We have been dealing with our own money, with our own resources. European Union
should treat migrant crisis as a European problem, as a global problem.
The EU says it is helping, for example, by funding a former refugee shelter in Bihać. But after repeated protests, it was closed down in September and replaced by Kampipa. Some residents of Bihać are still gathering here every day because they fear that migrants will move back in.
They said to us that we are racist. We are not racist. 3 years we're suffering and helping that people. They don't want to stay in Bosnia. They just want to go to the border in Europe. And dear Europe, open the border and take them.
This is what many in Kampipa are hoping for as well. But for now, they have to cope with the little they have.
The Central Asian Republic of Kyrgyzstan will choose a president and a new system of government this weekend. Frontrunner to lead the Muslim-majority former Soviet state is the acting president, a populist who served jail time for hostage-taking. Opponents fear that victory for the combative Sadir Japarov will mean authoritarian rule for a small country with a volatile history. DW's Emily Sherman has been to the Kyrgyz capital Bishkek to talk to voters about their hopes and fears for the future.
We don't want a Khan, they shout, using the term for the emperors who used to rule Central Asia. For months, protesters in the Kyrgyz capital Bishkek have been out in the streets every Sunday, even in the freezing cold. Like many here, feminist activist and artist Altin Kapalova says she's defending democracy. She thinks if they pass, the constitutional changes the president has proposed could threaten basic rights like freedom of speech in Kyrgyzstan. I have the impression that Sadir Japarov is creating a constitution that allows him to stay in power for life like a Khan. He just needs a throne now. These people aren't even politicians, they're just criminal groups. People who come to power not to develop the country, but to enrich themselves and get more power. Sadir Japarov, the favorite to win the presidential race, seems to sense that people want a new beginning. Campaign ads show him as a reformer fighting corruption. He swept to power in the popular uprising in October, becoming acting president. Until then, he'd been serving a prison sentence his supporters say was politically motivated. During the recent revolution, protesters stormed the White House, the seat of the government, and not for the first time. There have been 3 revolutions here in Kyrgyzstan in the last 15 years, and people's impatience is only growing, especially since the coronavirus pandemic has hit Kyrgyzstan's cash-strapped economy hard, pushing up prices on everyday goods. At one of Bishkek's biggest markets, many people say they hope Japarov will finally bring stability. We want one president, a Khan. Kyrgyzstan used to have a Khan, the Khan works, and Kyrgyzstan lives. There won't be any more corruption, mafias, or criminal structures. Japarov said he would punish that strictly. Every year things get worse and worse. Yes, the president changes, but nothing actually changes here. Now people in Kyrgyzstan are hoping for a better future and that the upcoming elections and referendum will bring the right sort of change.
Last year matched 2016 as the hottest on record, according to the EU's Climate Change Agency, as despite a dip in emissions in 2020 caused by the lockdowns. With extreme weather events likely to become more intense and more frequent as temperatures rise, scientists say the need for action is more urgent than ever.
Fires eat up large swathes of Australian bushland in areas left tinder dry by drought. Dozens of people and millions of animals died in the blazes at the turn of last year. But these images were no peculiarity in 2020. Month after month, other parts of the Earth burned or melted in record-breaking heat. The cumulative effects of human-made climate change.
The state of the planet is broken.
Dear friends, humanity is waging war on nature. This is suicidal.
The pandemic lockdowns caused a temporary dip in greenhouse emissions, but that did not stop 2020 becoming the hottest year on record, tied with 2016. Scientists are calling on governments and corporations to slash emissions to have any chance of meeting the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement aimed at avoiding catastrophic climate change.
The key here is to, every year and as quickly as possible, to reduce the amount we emit, and as such, reducing the amount we're actually adding to the atmosphere.
With extreme weather events likely to become more intense and more frequent as temperatures rise, the need for action is more urgent than ever. And experts say the crisis caused by the global pandemic presents a rare opportunity for countries to rebuild their economies to work for all of nature, not just humans.
We're going to take a closer look at this with Carl Friedrich Schleusner, who's head of climate science at Climate Analytics and leads climate research at Berlin's Humboldt University. Welcome to DW. Barely a week seems to go by without another climate scientist issuing another dire warning. You must feel like you're banging your head against a wall, like just no one is listening.
Well, I would say it is a challenging message to send, that's for sure. But I can see how the world is listening and breaking up. And you've seen in the previous clip the UN Secretary General talking to the climate emergency that this planet is facing. So indeed, the state of the planet is getting ever more dire as we continue to emit greenhouse gas emissions and therefore warming the planet. But at the same time, I think there's a good hope that the awareness of the issue and the critical need for action is also growing at the same time.
The awareness is already there. There can't be one amongst us, certainly amongst our decision makers, who isn't aware of that. And people are often talking about green initiatives. I wonder, where do you look in the world and see people taking this issue seriously? See governments and decision makers taking this seriously?
Well, I think there's a nuanced picture to draw here. So if we look at the current emission targets as they have been enshrined under the Paris Agreement, we would be heading towards more of a 3-degree world. However, in the last couple of months, we've seen promising signs of major economies around the globe committing themselves to reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions, those including the European Union, Japan, South Korea, and China. And with the change in the US administration going forward this year, there's also an expectation that the Biden administration would also set themselves a net zero target. With this, we would have more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions under a net zero target around mid-century, which means we are setting ourselves on a path towards decarbonization. Whether or not we will manage to do so quick enough in order to really achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement is an open question, but certainly there are hopeful messages in terms of also at least the goal, a long-term goal setting of policymakers as they have come forward over the recent months.
And one of the dire warnings is that global emissions of CO2 could hit an all-time high this spring. What are the implications of that, briefly, if you wouldn't mind?
The implications of global emissions hitting an all-time highs are so with CO2 emissions in the atmosphere accumulating over time because of climate change, this is exactly in line with our expectations, and although the COVID crisis might have led to a record downturn in emissions are not at zero and therefore continue to increase and accumulate in the atmosphere. And this sends a clear message to us all. A COVID-related economic downturn will not save the climate, but a green recovery could.
Okay, good talk with you. Thank you for joining us, Carl Friedrich Schleusner from Climate Analytics.
Thank you very much.
African penguins were once abundant.
partida. Sector en partida. Sector en partida. Vamos, vamos. Ay, hijo de perra. ¡Mierda! Coño, otro cuadro de guerrilla. No, hombre, no. Ay, Dios mío. Allá no. Allá no.
Make this the best winter ever in a brand new all-wheel drive 2021 Subaru Forester. Buy with 1.9% financing for up to 72 months.
Guys, is this your new normal?
My problem is right in the middle.
All right here. Lose the weight with Nutrisystem for Men. Lose up to 18 pounds in your first month. Lose weight fast. Money back guarantee.
I got to eat all of my favorite foods.
Make Nutrisystem for Men your new normal.
That's all I did. I ate the food. I lost the weight.
Act now and save 50% off a month of food and shakes. Click now to get your plan. To save 50% on a month of food and 50% off a month of shakes.
So, you can tell I was having a good time there, can't you?
You said one of those guys ain't gonna make it.
It was certainly a toss-up at that point.
One of those guys ain't gonna hit this out. Holy shit.
You met Sam before he died.
No, I never met him. Just as I started, going to New York to try something, he died. Just as that happened.
When the hell was that? What year?
92. I was 23 in 92. And that's when I first started going in. Just going to clubs and seeing if I would even want to try something.
I have no recollection of when he died. You know what I do because I know where I was, and I was so mad at him.
April 92, yeah.
I was so mad at him. I just moved to San Francisco.
Right.
And I blamed him for a lot of my insanity.
Were you in a good space with him when he died?
No, because I lost my mind on drugs when I was 21 or 22, and he was definitely part of that.
Like blow mostly.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you like that stuff, but you like anything. But so I lost my mind.
Yeah, I hear you.
For like a year. Did you hear voices in your head?
Yeah, I had everything, man. Everything.
We're professionals.
Yeah, I was 5-star crazy.
Yeah, Yeah, so I kind of held him responsible for that. When I heard he died, I was like, yeah, fuck that guy. But now, I listened to that first record. Right. So wait, so you started, you were thinking...
I started going into the city, and I would just sit in the back of clubs.
Which ones?
Stand Up New York, The Cellar, and I would just watch guys. Yeah. And that could be depressing, And then, I first saw you at Luna Lounge, the one on 8th and 16th in the back of Rebar or whatever.
Oh my God! And the original old comedy, bro.
Yeah, and I got a spot on that in the spring of '95. I did this monologue, and the casting director for Mad TV was there, and that's how I got Mad TV at Luna Lounge
at Rebar.
At Rebar, yeah.
So it wasn't even Luna yet. It was just, I think it
wasn't called Luna Lounge at that point. The one on Ludlow Street was Luna Lounge.
Right. The one at Rebar, I think the show was tentatively called Eating It or something like that. But I mean, that was the very beginning. Where people were sitting on the floor.
Right. But 2 months before I did that monologue there, someone told me to go down there. I saw you for the first time, and I'll never forget what you did. You destroyed, and you did a bit about. You had just driven down from Boston.
Yeah.
And you said, I love driving long distances because no matter what's fucked up in your head,
right,
a part of your brain has to drive that car.
Right. I remember that.
A part of your brain has to say, I have to drive a car, so I can't get too dark. I'm not sitting on a couch and I can just fucking go get suicidal.
Right.
I have to drive this car, and it's a distraction. So that's why, and it was inspirational. It was fantastic.
It's so weird because I used to love that joke, and only a certain type of person could get that joke. I barely did it.
It spoke to me, and at the time I didn't have a license. I was like, I can't get it. It was great, and then a few months later I got a monologue that I ended up doing on the pilot of Mad TV.
So you were one of the first guys? You were the first cast on
the first 2 years, yeah.
But before that, what the hell were you doing with your life? I mean, before you started doing comedy.
I was a longshoreman on the port in Newark.
Were you a union guy?
Yes. Oh yeah. I didn't go to college. I had to go to.
The soap you shower with? Because I'll let you in on a little industry secret.
I failed history, biology, and gym my senior year. Swear to God. And I had to go to summer school for gym. Yeah. And you say, there were 24 kids in the summer school. 8 of the dumbest Italian, Irish, and black kids you've ever seen in your life from Jersey. And learning how to rotate properly in volleyball. And I remember this kid, Mike Shackelford, this black kid, our guy was Mr. the Barber. He was the You go, Mr. D. Barberi, he ain't rotating properly. He would rat me out for not rotating. And then I wasn't going to college. I had money to go anyway. And I became a longshoreman. A guy I knew got me a job. A connected guy got me a job at the port in Norfolk. And I got in the union. And I worked there for 2 years. And I saved up on the orange juice stock. And I saved up enough cash to then go. And I told the guy, it's like something out of a fucking movie. I told these like connected guys, I said, listen, I want to quit. What are you talking about? I was 22 making 70 grand a year. And you can make 70 grand a year. You have to know how to spell your fucking name. I went down there, I said, Eddie sent me, and I worked for 2 years without filling out paperwork. I started getting checks. I said, Eddie sent me, and he said, go over there and listen to what he tells you to do. And I worked there for 2 years without filling out a W-2, nothing. Not an application. I just started getting checks to my house. And I got, at the end of the first year, I got what they call a container check, which is this crazy scam they had where we got money for every container that went through here, and it was like 5 G's.
Was this over under the table?
No, it was all proper checks, but there were bookies every 10 feet. And I got into the mode, man, where because everything was self-destructive and that was extreme.
But like your family life though, you just like that was what you ended up doing because was your old man.
My father was a very blue collar guy. He climbed roofs for a living, and he got to about the 9th grade. My father,
right?
Grew up on the street in Newark. The toughest, most street smart guy I ever knew in my life. Yeah. And I looked up to him. He was like my best friend, but too much of a best friend. You know?
Right.
You find that out later in life. They're flaws. You think they're everything. But,
you know that what was that moment?
You know that Attell joke? He's got that great joke where I related to this. When you're a kid, you think your father's Superman, and when you get older, you realize he's just a drunk who likes to wear a cape.
Yeah, I remember that joke.
Yeah, that was, I related to that.
It's a great joke.
Yeah, so he fell off a roof a week after my 18th birthday.
Oh my God!
And he became a quadriplegic.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
the guilt was
We did not secure the building, and we can't have that.
With most ancestry tests, the best you can hope for is a bunch of wishy-washy pie charts with a list of places you might be from. And if you're like me, that's just not accurate enough. And CRI genetics agrees. That's why CRI guarantees the most accurate ancestry timeline on the market. You see, you find meaning in knowing who you are and where you're from. The problem is, you really don't know who you are or where you're from, do you? Not past a couple of generations, at least. And if you don't know your great-grandparents, there's a good chance your great-grandkids won't know you either, even if you are a world-class Indiana Jones-type genealogist. You can still only go back about 5 generations, at best. But what if I told you could go back 50? Yes, 50 generations of your family that you...
NIO may not be a recognizable name in the US, but it's becoming a leading player in China's electric vehicle.
Original W, Audi, Mercedes, Porsche, and they're essentially the only local OEM from China.
The company has had its fair share of problems along the way. NIO has racked up over $6 billion in costs since starting in 2014.
It's been kind of a rocky few years. If you look back at 2008, you saw tremendous growth, and then you ran into the worst downturn in our lifetimes for the China automotive market.
It was burning, $500 million a quarter when the stock dropped to $1. I mean, it indicates that it's dying. It's going to go away.
Just a year ago, the company was on the brink of collapse, but it managed to turn that around and become the world's 4th most valuable automaker.
NIO is in serious financial trouble. In fact, they needed a bailout from the Chinese government just to survive the first quarter of 2020. And here we are today, NIO valued in New York on par with Daimler.
Despite setbacks due to the coronavirus pandemic, the company has continued to grow. In the third quarter of 2020, it reached $628 million in sales and delivered up to 12,206 vehicles.
If we think of 2020 in stages, the first third was a disaster for China. Sales at one point increased by 90% in 1 month. But as the year has gone on, more or less, life has returned to normal. So they had their best month in November.
However, the company still has a long way to go before it can dominate the Chinese auto market.
You see a market that's still emerging, still dominated by combustion engines, but EV is increasingly growing very quickly, especially in the second half of 2020.
Top names like Neo, Xpeng, they're just like a very small fraction of even just the battery electric vehicle market. Neo is about 7%, Xpeng is about 4%. They're just starting up.
This seems like there's no turning back. Valuation just so sky high. It's the technological trend. We're going electric.
The company was founded by Willie.
Așezat la masa deciziilor și curtat de mai toate guvernele în ultimii 5 ani, Alexandru Cumpănașul e iar în cumpănă. Autoproclamat prof online, cum e cunoscut acum pe TikTok, el e implicat într-un scandal de a obținut înregistrări și mărturii care vă pot șoca.
Este dialogul pe care Alexandru Cumpănașu sau proful online își spunea pe rețelele de socializare că l-ar fi avut anul trecut cu o copilă de doar 14 ani.
Te iubesc ca cumpănașă, te iubesc ca fată de 15 ani care nu te-ai lăsat și ai luptat. Așa cum iubesc pe toți cumpănașii.
Mama fetei a ascultat conversația și este convinsă că între cei doi n-ar fi fost nimic nepotrivit.
Mama a dat greșit.
Da, te mergi cu acum.
Pe au intrat însă procurorii care verifică acum toate postările lui Cumpănașul și rețelele de socializare din ultimul an. Au deschis deja un dosar penal pentru că i-ar fi îndemnat pe tineri să se revolte împotriva profesorilor. După începerea anchetei, tot mai multe copii au prins curaj să-și spună povestea. Fata care l-a cunoscut pe Cumpănașul la 17 ani a făcut publice mesaje în care fostul candidat la prezidențiale i-ar fi cerut să întrețină relații sexuale cu soția sa. Cumpănașul susține că nu a încălcat nicio lege.
Nu mi-aduc aminte de o asemenea conversație în care eu să-i fi spus așa ceva sau să-i fi cerut ceva. Dar în niciun caz nu i-am cerut ceva de natură sexuală.
Activiștii care luptă pentru drepturile minorilor văd altfel situația.
Omul ăsta este un pericol pentru toți copiii, pentru că el știe să vorbească, știe să spună exact ce te doare, când te doare, cum te doare, de ce te doare. Asta e o chestie la nivel psihologic, toate lacunele din sistemul românesc de învățământ.
Problemele nu se opresc aici pentru fostul candidat la prezidențiale. Corpul de control al Ministerului de Interne verifică de ce a primit protecție din partea jandarmeriei. Un raport al Curții de Conturi a dezvoltarea României. În 2017, organizația pe care cumpănașul o conduce a obținut 1 milion de euro de la Ministerul Dezvoltării, în fruntea căruia se afla atunci Liviu Dragnea, pentru a elimina corupția din administrația publică.
My lord, put your hand. I can see it. Just as easily as I can see the enemy moving. You've given me confidence. And now I'm starting to feel the strength of your hand and the depth of your love for me. Living in a desert.
Started.
Știrile ProTV îți prezintă România te iubesc.
Welcome to beautiful Venice Beach, California on a foggy day. You don't see this too often. It's absolutely foggy down here in Venice and kind of cold. I'm wearing my thick down jacket. I know it's not as cold as other countries, but it is cold today here.
Wow, this is really creepy looking here on the beach today. The fog is rolling in.
But this would not stop those TikTokers to not do TikToks.
They are going to be surfing in the fog. You can't even see the ocean. Look at this. I gotta check it out. I have to walk down there. It's so eerie looking. Look at the people all the way in the distance. And the lifeguard stand. But it looks kind of cool.
Even on the day when there's nothing going on, those people just come in and spray the wall. So there's always something going on here.
Woo-wee.
You know how many times I came by here? I never really realized that there's so many stickers on those signs here. It's not really sunny and everything looks gray. Those colors on the pumpkin pop out really good. There's so much moisture in the air. It's all dripping down from the palm tree. So when you stand here, it kind of feels like it's raining. Kids don't care, sunny or not. They're here at the park skating. That's what they do. This is another day where you can take some really cool pictures you normally don't see. No ocean. Where's the ocean? Just another normal day in Venice Beach, California. Get in shape. Now. At Muscle Beach. Pump your muscles. It says get in shape now, but where's the equipment here?
This is bliss.
We developed soldiers like yourself. Improved. Enhanced. Open in circuit.
You made me, but you can't control me.
Shut it down.
It's my own now.
Enhanced. Okay, fine. Well, that's not good.
Glow is that they can capture the moon on a specific date. So it can be like a birthday, it can be on an anniversary.
I chose September 15th of 1997 because that is when my mom, Sherry, came to get me from the orphanage.
Any date that's special to you, and then they can put it into a necklace or on a ring. It's a very accurate picture, and it's so pretty.
The metals are really strong. It's heavy. It's not like a cheap thing.
This necklace is just so sentimental.
Even Harry Perry is hustling on a day like this. Harry! Pull out a 20 for his nice shirt. If you ever come down to Venice, get his shirt. $20. Absolutely incredible. $30.
It is so funny. Every time I talk to him, he tries to sell me a t-shirt. I know him for 30 years. Last time there was a rumor that said that he died. And the next day I saw him, I said, hey, Harry, I'm really glad you didn't die. And he holds up his shirt and said, buy my shirt. That's crazy.
Holy moly. I guess you can never have too many cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 cameras. I think this building is pretty safe.
How are you supposed to lose weight when they have deep-fried Oreos, deep-fried Hosted Twinkies, and thrifty ice cream? Or cheese sticks. Venice Beach Athletic Center welcomes you. Definitely not the best day to buy bikinis.
So weird looking today. The sun is out, but it's all behind the clouds. With the fog.
And you're probably wondering why is he doing such a boring video. I just felt like doing the video, and that's what I do.
Look, there's some cool paintings. Like the monkey. I don't know what they're getting a ticket for, but they're getting a ticket. Sun is trying to come out. Can't even see Santa Monica Pier. People are sitting on the bench and watching the waves. Nice, there's still a Christmas tree out there. Because of the fog, it makes it look everything kind of like purplish. Look how incredible this is. Somebody knitted this. This is the end. How long it takes to do something like this? Oh my God. Put all that work in it, and they display it right here. I mean, it's a great piece of art.
Whoever did that did an awesome job. German and Venice.
Because it's time to do something better. These brands only absorb 1.4% They really, even if you're not doing yoga. It costs 20% less than other brands, so you don't need to put coupons anymore. Regular deliveries, wherever I am. It's delivered no idea. Hi, Nancy. Because your life is fictional.
My lifestyle used to be slowed down by the
they're quick drying out. So, there it is time. This neighborhood, they have over 100,000 happy customers. Just like me. No accidents, no worries. After I had an accident, chair. I saw your ad, sent for my car. Never looked back. This old rig but I am dry and wet. Women are complicated creatures. We manage households, chase our grandchildren, well, our fans. I just did it. Helped aging relatives shop their items. They drove to 6 different stores and still came up short. That's when they decided to do something about it because they believed they would better way. That's how the market was born. Because market has more than just a little underwear. Also, we have bags, disposable bags, sanitary hand chips, sprays, something much more. Here are my cheese balls. Ooh, cheese balls. They're protected underwear. Literally the slimmest on the market. You can barely tell I have underwear on. Hey you, eyes up here. They are so comfortable that you can spend all day hiking in them because things to do. Worry you won't find them. Sign you right products for you. Or call their trained product experts to answer any question you have. Yes, take the time to talk on the phone. Click the link and skip the store. Products delivered right to your door. Start free today. Don't make me write a price, please. Just click the link. Take the fit quiz. Find out the product.
Loves it. David Hasselhoff on duty. Wow, that makes a great photo too. Santa Monica Pier, halfway the fog. You got those two really cool high chairs right on the beach. So we're sitting in this chair in one of the episodes from Baywatch. Gordon, I know, it's just a fun fact. Sometimes you think, how in the world did he get up there? I could never do that. And he just boom, 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 he was up there really easily for him. The sun is still trying to peek out. I think it's a good spot to end this video. If you like the video, give me a thumbs up, push the notification bell, and subscribe to my channel. I know this was just a little video I wanted to do, nothing special. I also want to
Howard, I locked eyes and communicated with a squirrel.
I know it. That's why I don't want to talk about it. I don't want any laughter during it. I really want to take this seriously because I know you're serious. Go ahead.
I am, and it really helps enlighten me. So I meditated in my chair. It was Saturday morning at 10 a.m., and I came out of my meditation, and on my deck, on the ledge of my deck, through my window, was a squirrel sitting there. But, Howard, his back was turned to me.
And I thought that was odd because usually squirrels, they run around, they dart around like the Tasmanian devil. Very odd to see a squirrel with his back to you, right? Go ahead.
Well, just sitting there without moving.
Right. Right.
So I slowly approached the window, and I peered into the window, and he was about 4 feet away from me. And the squirrel, Howard, slowly turned around.
Go ahead.
Slowly. And looked right at me in my eyes.
Right.
And I looked at this, and I looked at the squirrel back. And I looked at him, and the squirrel just kept studying my face. And I kept studying the squirrel. I said, this is unheard of. The squirrel was communicating with me. He was showing me that nature is important, that this is a message from the universe, that all creatures are important, and that the impossible is possible. A squirrel would never stop and be fixated. He would slowly, the squirrel waited for me. His back was turned. He slowly turned and he looked at me right in the eye. And we were locked eyes for 1 minute straight. And it was one of the most beautiful
let me yell at
experiences of my life.
JD, you're laughing and you're not taking this seriously.
I just thought it was absolutely it was after my meditation, Howard, and it was just
JD, why are you laughing and not taking this seriously? What is so funny? Why do you laugh when Sal has a visitation from a squirrel? You love Sal. You're crying because you love him.
JD's turning red as a radish.
But what do you? Obviously, there's something funny about this.
Fogging up.
Sal had an incredible experience. He's sharing it with us.
I know. I'm sorry, Sal. I'm sorry.
And it's hard for me to share this because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Because he got so JD.
Beautiful moment for Sal.
I know. I apologize.
Sal, I don't mean to belittle what you just said, but the idea of a squirrel turning around and looking at you doesn't seem all that unusual. I've had that experience a million times, and I didn't give it enough moment's thought. You know, I mean,
no, but Howard, it was quiet.
I'd rather be a squirrel. I got so annoyed when I heard that over vacation Gary alphabetized his vinyl collection.
The new agreement, we could purchase a total of up to an additional 300 million doses of the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine. In other words, this will allow us to double the amount of doses of BioNTech Pfizer.
EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Meanwhile, here in Germany, a health ministry official has revealed that the country has agreed preliminary deals for an extra 50 million vaccine doses in the summer, and that's outside the EU deal. And the need is urgent. Nearly 1,200 people died from COVID-19 in Germany over the past 24 hours, a new record.
A quick temperature check, and then the shipment is good to go. Here in eastern Germany, more doses of Pfizer-BioNTech's coronavirus vaccine are arriving by the day. There are some of the 600,000 doses that are reaching vaccination centers throughout the country on Friday. But that hasn't silenced critics of the German government's handling of the vaccine rollout. Too little vaccine, confusing registration processes, and a slow vaccination timetable. The list of complaints is long. But the German government is standing by its program. And at this vaccination center in Western Germany, Recipients say the wait was worth it. For me, it's like winning the lottery. My children didn't allow me to leave the house. I had to stay at home all the time. So it's great being among the first ones to get the shot. Despite the bumpy rollout, there could be some relief in sight. With a deal inked to secure millions of new doses of vaccine and the possible approval of a third vaccine by month's end, the EU is taking steps it hopes will silence the critics of its vaccine rollout.
Let's get more from DW political correspondent Simon Young. Welcome, Simon. Was this new EU order already on the cards, or has it been prompted by criticism?
Well, I think negotiations have been ongoing, but clearly there is a real sense of urgency around the EU, around the world, I think, about the situation as far as vaccines. Vaccines really are the answer to this pandemic, as most people see it. So there's urgency. Of course, there's also been criticism here, as you mentioned, in Germany of the rollout of vaccines, particularly the health minister has been under fire. A lot of the federal states very unhappy at the speed of progress and the way that the purchasing process and ordering process has been handled. So there are difficulties, but I think looking at the sort of real world situation, experts are really worried that we could be about to see a big spike following the Christmas and New Year holiday period. The urgency to get hold of these vaccines is definitely at a maximum at the moment. That's why it's obviously great news that the EU has got 300 million more doses. They now say they've got enough to vaccinate 80% of the EU population.
Meanwhile, Germany has done its own side deal outside the EU purchasing bloc. How is it justifying doing that side deal while simultaneously encouraging a European solidarity?
Well, indeed, the health minister again under fire for that. They're trying to play it down a little bit. I think looking forward, saying today that today with this vaccines announcement, a great day in the fight against the pandemic. The health ministry spokesman did say that any extra doses ordered by Germany will not be to the disadvantage of other EU members. And of course that's important because EU rules do in fact prevent individual member states from conducting their own separate negotiations to get hold of vaccine. So, it's an important sort of political hot potato as far as the health minister is concerned anyway.
And how is Germany's health system coping? Is this new stricter lockdown having the desired effect?
Well, I think there have been problems with people obeying the rules, but what we have seen, for instance, looking at mobile phone data, they suggest that mobility over the Christmas period has been a lot lower. People are moving around a lot less. Really important because experts say that even private meetings between just a few people really do accelerate the spread of the disease. That's why we've got new restrictions in place in Germany now. We've got schools closed for a bit longer and so on. So a lot of measures in place to try and turn this situation around nationally.
Okay, Simon Young, thank you for that. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making news around the world. Spain is struggling with snowfall not seen for decades after Storm Filomena brought bitter weather to the Iberian Peninsula. Spanish Weather Service is describing the situation as exceptional and most likely historic. Lots of people are making the most of a rare whiteout. 76 people on board a ferry that ran aground off the Canary Islands have now been rescued. The vessel was approaching the port of Agete as Storm Filomena slammed the Spanish islands in the Atlantic. No one was injured in the rescue operation. A woman has died after being attacked by a shark off New Zealand. Rescue crews say she was brought out of the water alive, but died later with multiple leg injuries. Fatal shark attacks around New Zealand are rare. This was the first deadly incident in the region for more than a decade. Heavy flooding in central Malaysia has turned roads into rivers. According to local media, at least 4 people have died. Tens of thousands of people have had to leave their homes. The emergency response is being hampered by the country's soaring coronavirus caseload.
last year matched 2016 as the hottest on record, according to the EU's Climate Change Agency. That's despite a dip in emissions in 2020 because of the lockdown, with extreme weather events likely to become more intense and more frequent as temperatures rise. Scientists say the need for action is more urgent than ever.
Fires eat up large swathes of Australian bushland in areas left tinder dry by drought. Dozens of people and millions of animals died in the blazes at the turn of last year. But these images were no peculiarity in 2020. Month after month, other parts of the earth burned or melted in record-breaking heat. The cumulative effects of human-made climate change.
The state of the planet is broken. Dear friends, humanity is waging war on nature. This is suicidal.
The pandemic lockdowns caused a temporary dip in greenhouse emissions, but that did not stop 2020 becoming the hottest year on record, tied with 2016. Scientists are calling on governments and corporations to slash emissions to have any chance of meeting the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement aimed at avoiding catastrophic climate change.
The key here is to, every year and as quickly as possible, to reduce the amount we emit, and as such, reducing the amount we actually add into the atmosphere.
With extreme weather events likely to become more intense and more frequent as temperatures rise, the need for action is more urgent than ever. And experts say the crisis caused by the global pandemic presents a rare opportunity for countries to rebuild their economies to work for all of nature, not just humans.
Germany is known for its rich art scene, but with a national lockdown in force, nearly all cultural institutions are closed. Now, museums in Munich are finding creative ways to bring their collections onto the streets, using projectors, video, and large open areas where people can safely space themselves out. Artwork inside the city's museum is brightening up the urban environment. The project's creators hope to share more exhibits and installations in the coming weeks. Here's a reminder of our top story. Lawmakers in Washington are stepping up the pressure for an early end to Donald Trump's term in office. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is calling on him to resign immediately. President-elect Joe Biden has described President Trump as an embarrassment to America. That's it. You're up to date. More world news at the top of the hour. Stephen Beardsley has your business update in just a moment. Have a good day.
Where I come from, we have to fight for a free press. I was born and raised in a military dictatorship with just one TV channel and a few newspapers with official information. As a journalist, I have walked off the streets of many countries, and the problems are always the same: poverty, social inequality, a lack of the freedom of the press, and corruption. We can't afford to stay silent when it comes to the defense of the human and civil rights of those who have decided to put their trust in us.
My name is Jenny Perez and I work at DW.
Foreign business leaders wring their hands over the U.S. One of the most important markets in the world has become more politically volatile in recent years, but does that outweigh the power of its purse? We'll talk to our financial correspondent. And German institution House may have closed its doors to the public due to the pandemic, but it's opening them for special clientele. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Stephen Beardsley in Berlin. It's good to have you with us. Well, the past 4 years have been a mixed bag for U.S. businesses and overseas firms doing business in the U.S. On the one hand, tax cuts and slash regulations by a business-friendly administration. On the other hand, what happened Wednesday? A mob of Trump loyalists attacking the U.S. Capitol and doing serious damage to the country's reputation.
This is not the vision of America that manufacturers believe in and work so hard to defend. The words of the President, not of the United States, but of the National Association of Manufacturers, Jay Timmons, when he saw the scene unfold. The toll was severe. 5 dead, at least 50 arrested. Chaos reigned for hours after thousands of militant Trump supporters stormed the seat of government. American business representatives overseas are worried about the impact those images could have.
As an American, that was shocking, horrifying, and actually quite embarrassing to have the world see. So that, it's an extreme circumstance, and I think it's not a surprise that people are very, very concerned about where this could all end and want cooler heads now to prevail, which, fortunately, I believe is what's going to happen.
German companies operating in the US have had their doubts about the political stability there. The country's reliability as a trading partner was already being questioned before the violence in Washington, according to surveys conducted by the US Chamber of Commerce. US President-elect Joe Biden will have the daunting task of unifying a dangerously divided country.
Really, really worrisome what happened on Wednesday. And it also shows what huge task Joe Biden is going to face. And it tells European leaders also that his look is going to be inwards in the beginning.
The incoming president certainly won't have it easy. The Trump administration will end with a nation divided and sick. The virus has wreaked havoc on a US economy and labour market. The toughest times may lie ahead.
All right, let's go down to our financial correspondent, Jens Korda in New York. Hello, Jens. What does this mean, these actions that happened on Wednesday? What does it mean for the business destination, America? It's still one of the most vital markets in the world, of course.
It is, but clearly China, for instance, is trying to take advantage of the lack of reputation that the U.S. created in the past couple of years. China tries to build global partnerships and surpass the United States as the biggest economy on the planet. But having that said, so far, depending what measure you take, the U.S. is still the #1 economy on the planet with the biggest consumer market so far, and also with probably the most liquid capital market, so it's still the place to go for investments. And then we also shouldn't forget that the dollar is still the world-leading currency, so that also does help the United States. So let's see where we stand in 3 or 4 years, and then maybe we can judge better what actually this lack of reputation means for the so far #1 economy on the planet.
12 more days of the Trump administration, Jens. Looking back, what is the balance for business leaders after 4 years of Trump? They got tax cuts, regulation cuts, but a trade war too, and then these events on Wednesday.
Well, I mean, there is a short-term picture and a mid- or long-term picture. Short-term, clearly, companies, business leaders, they did profit from what you mentioned, those tax cuts and less regulation. So that was good for the balance sheets of the corporations. But on the other side, we also shouldn't forget everything has a price. So we also have a huge debt load, and that could come back to haunt us in the rather near future. And then you did mention the trade dispute with China, for instance. We did not see a trade escalation with Europe so far. And then we also shouldn't forget the US economy was actually looking extremely bright before the pandemic started. But then the recovery of the US economy also did not start with US President Donald Trump, but already in 2009 with Barack Obama in office. So I'm skeptical if we will really see Donald Trump go down in the history books as the great businessman and the great person to drive up the economy as he sees himself.
All right. Jens Korda with the latest from New York. Thank you. Over to Germany, where 2020 turns out to be the worst year for new car sales by volume. in 45 years. The German Association of the Automotive Industry saying that new car registrations plunged 19% last year to 2.9 million. Our correspondent Chelsea Delaney has this story.
It was a brutal year for Germany's automakers, and to some degree that was to be expected given the business disruptions of the coronavirus, given the lockdowns that are still in place here in Germany. But even so, a 19% drop-off in registrations is one of the worst figures we've seen in post-reunification history here in Germany, and it comes even as the German government really tried to boost sales. There were many incentives, especially for electric vehicles. There was a tax cut, and all of that really didn't offset the declines that we've seen. So now many automakers are looking forward to 2021. They are expecting a bit of a recovery, in part due to the growth we're seeing in China, as well as the booming electric vehicle market, which tripled here in Germany in the last year. But even with those bright spots, many automakers say they don't expect a return to pre-crisis levels until perhaps 2022 at the earliest.
Financial correspondent Chelsea Delaney there in Frankfurt. Let's talk about a virus, not the one you're thinking of, bird flu. It's not harmful to humans, but it's very contagious, and it can devastate farmers. That's exactly what it's doing in France at the moment. The nation has already killed more than 200,000 ducks. It expects to kill another 400,000 in the days ahead. Here's a look at one farmer who's been affected.
A few days ago, French farmer Marilyn Berris was surrounded by the lively sounds of ducks on her farm. But the farm is just 3 kilometers from the latest bird flu outbreak, and her pastures and stables are now silent. Until Saturday morning, there were a lot of ducks here and over there, and then you open the gate, take the animals, bring them to the truck, load them up, and the van disappears. And with it, your income. And you're left empty-handed. Bayris has already had to slaughter 600 ducks. And what happens to the remaining 300, she finds out via SMS. Good morning. Your transport date is Wednesday. The truck arrives at 9:15. A lot of 300 animals. Have a nice day. Free-range poultry are particularly at risk from the virus because it's transmitted by wild birds. But putting them in stalls is out of the question for Bayris. That's against tradition and doesn't necessarily protect against infection. The local agricultural association warns of the devastating consequences for farmers in the region. I think we're going to see 1 million ducks slaughtered in the near future since nothing can stop the virus today. And we risk moving towards a generalized slaughter of poultry in our region. Bird flu, which originated in East Asia, first appeared in Europe in 2014. Since then, there have been repeated outbreaks of the disease.
We may have heard of the Hofbräuhaus. It's a German institution and a beloved tourism spot. But not this winter, with the pandemic forcing its closure just like other restaurants. But for one Hofbräuhaus location, in Berlin, the doors remain open for those in particular need.
Look, Berlin might be on lockdown, but there's plenty going on in the Hofbräuhaus kitchen. Chef Dennis Schmidt is preparing something perfect for this time of year, a hearty dish that sticks to the ribs. Today we're preparing a coachman's goulash, made with pork knuckles, onions, gravy, and dumplings. Nina is a regular here. She's 35 years old and homeless. The relief organization Kältehilfe Berlin has teamed up with the Hofbräuhaus to help people in need. For Nina, this is the only way to keep warm. Especially with the temperatures around 0 degrees or less, it's hard to be outside all day. And for me, it's the cold air. I breathe in cold air all day long, and my body can't manage to keep warm. An estimated 10,000 homeless people live on the streets of Berlin. The pandemic has made their situation even worse. Many state-run aid facilities are closed because social distancing regulations can't be observed there. The Hofbräuhaus has 2 floors with around 3,000 square meters of space, so there's plenty of room to socially distance. Around 120 people come by at lunchtime to warm up and eat. Before the pandemic, up to 5,000 liters of beer were served here every day. For the manager, Bjorn Schwartz, it's not a money-making venture. He donates the rooms for free. The Berlin Senate pays for the food and the personnel. Our motivation is really just to do something good. We have a central location right at Alexanderplatz, and we're empty. We're closed and we have nothing to do. We're only allowed to do deliveries, so we can't even use the space anyway. Nina can relax in the Hofbräu house, but the respite is all too brief. After about 4 hours, she'll head out onto the streets again.
And finally, here's one company that could not distance itself faster from this week's storming of the U.S. Capitol, even though it probably didn't need to. Someone snapped this photo of a discarded can of Axe body spray on the Capitol grounds. The photo was tweeted out, and it earned a quick reply from Axe itself. The company, quote, condemns the Capitol storming and believes in the peaceful transition of power. Just in case you were wondering what your favorite body spray brand thinks about the state of U.S. democracy. And here's a reminder of our top story for today. The recent attack on the U.S. Capitol building has been branded shocking, horrifying, and embarrassing by American business representatives overseas speaking to DW. Meanwhile, several businesses in the U.S. have fired employees that participated in the attack. That's it from me and the DW business team. Thanks for watching.
He doesn't watch it every day, but yeah. Really.
To the point. Strong opinions, clear positions, international perspectives.
Yeah.
For the first time in its history, a member nation has left the European Union. The question is, though, can the United Kingdom really forge an independent future? And what impact is it all going to have on the EU itself? Find out on To the Point shortly.
To the Point. In 60 minutes on DW. The fight against the coronavirus pandemic. How has the rate of infection been developing? What measures are being taken? What does the latest research say? Information and context. The coronavirus update. The COVID-19 special. Monday to Friday on DW.
Město je rozpůlenou švestkou v cukrovém nálevu. Neverbostnost je přesunu upadající. Několik lidí jdou pomalu, více pohybují. Padavé ovoce.
DW Books on YouTube. Two children, two continents, one giant problem.
Ang maliwat at ganoon kasi opportunity.
How will climate change affect us and our children? At dw.com/water.
Looks like that's what it is.
This is DW News Africa on the program today. The young girls being forced into marriage. The UN warns millions of underage girls will be forced to get married because of hardship brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. We're reporting from Sierra Leone, where the practice is rife. And Uganda's opposition leader Bobby Wine calls for the ICC to probe rights abuses by the government. It comes as the country braces for a tense election that's been marred by violence. Hello, I'm Chrissy Mundwe. It's good to have your company. Activists in Sierra Leone say child marriage is on the rise because the coronavirus pandemic is making it harder for families to feed their children and pay school fees. Now, West Africa has the highest number of child brides in the world, and a decades-long campaign pushing to stop the practice had shown some success in Sierra Leone. Rates of child marriage dropped in the country from 56% in 2006 of girls to 39% of girls in 2017. Now that progress is being threatened.
The remote village of Kamau in eastern Sierra Leone. It was here that a man saw Marie Kamara as she walked to primary school. Then he proposed. He went to talk to my parents. They asked me what I thought, and I told them we had no money to send me to school, so let me get married. She only accepted, she says, because her family needed the dowry money. Now the 16-year-old regrets the decision. She doesn't want her sisters to make the same mistake. I tell them, don't follow in my footsteps. Listen to me. Don't get married so young. Go to school. With families struggling in the aftermath of the coronavirus pandemic, child marriage is on the rise again. Many parents view the practice as normal.
They do not see it as harming their children. For them, it's probably like, this is possibly one of the better investments and better things that I could do for my child, and to ensure that I can do something that would ensure that she has security.
Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Manda Dio, is working to change this mindset with her campaign, Hands Off Our Girls.
A child doesn't give consent to sex. So if you force a child to be married at a very early age, you are legalizing rape on that child. And that has been our campaign.
Another child bride is Naomi Monda. Her cash-strapped family married her off when she was just 15. I talked to my parents to convince them not to marry me off. They said, we're poor and have nothing unless you get married. Her husband often left her alone with no money for food. She ran away and is now at a school for tailors. The suffering I was going through, it was too much, especially with the marriage. I never imagined that. I thought my family would help me to become a better person, but that didn't happen. Schools opened again in October. Activists worry that those who marry young don't usually make it back to the classroom. That leaves them vulnerable to poverty, domestic abuse, and the
Dad, it's a video call. Hold the phone in front of you. Get mom.
Power E-Trade gives you an award-winning app with 24/7 support when you need it the most. Don't get mad. Get E-Trade. Start trading today.
We need a Republican Party. We need an opposition that's principled and strong. I think you're going to see them going through this idea of what constitutes a Republican Party. And I hear some of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, talk about how shameful it is of the way Ted Cruz and others are dealing with this, how they're responsible as well for what happened.
Do you think some of them should resign? Should Senator Cruz or Senator Hawley resign?
I think they should be just flat beaten the next time they run. I think the American public has a real good, clear look at who they are. They're part of the big lie. The big lie. I was being reminded by a friend of mine, maybe you were with me, I can't recall, when we were told that, gold. When Dresden was bombed, firebombed, there were 250 people that were killed. It was 2,500 people were killed.
What did you kill?
And Goebbels said, no, it's the big lie. To repeat the lie over and over and over again. By the way, Trump said that before he ran. If you say it enough, I'm going to convince you. I'll say it enough. The press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad. If he's the only one saying it, that's one thing. But the acolytes that follow him, like Cruz and others, they don't know as he is. And so It's not about whether or not they get impeached. It's about whether or not they can continue to hold power because of the disgust the American people have for their actions. There are decent people out there who actually believe these lies because they've heard it again and again. I was with a friend of mine who's a medical doctor telling me that his neighbor said to him, he lived in another state, his neighbor's a good person, said, but you know, Doc, this is true. There's a lot of chicanery going on in this election. I said, tell me what? Well, I just know there was. They say it is. They say it is. This is a human condition. You say it, and say it, and say it, and say it. The degree to which it becomes corrosive is a direct proportion of the number of people who say it. And so it's interesting to me, and I was pleased to hear some of the more prominent Republicans say to me that Ted Cruz's of the world are as responsible in terms of people believing the lies as, not as responsible, but similarly responsible like Trump. But they didn't say, go to the Capitol, I'll be with you. Follow. That's a different story. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC.
It doesn't matter that 20 doctors have told you it's all in your head. I got news for you. It's actually all in your gut.
Cardiothoracic surgeon Stephen Gundry says he's solved the weight loss.
We heard a short time ago from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi that the president doesn't have access to the nuclear codes anymore. How concerned are you that there has been a need to remove the nuclear codes from the sitting president of the United States? And who exactly is in charge right now?
I would say it's very, very important. I thought I would never see what we experienced yesterday. It is one of the darkest days in American history, where our capital, our temple of democracy, was entered, destroyed, vandalized. 4 people lost their lives. My grief to their families, especially the police officer who was trying to stop them from going into the chambers, disrupting our duty to go through the electoral votes and to certify the election of the President of the United States. It's unheard of, damaging. We are taking steps to make sure this doesn't happen again. And one way to make sure that this doesn't happen is to make sure the person who incited it, who called upon his followers to come to the Capitol, to come to Washington, and to enter the Capitol. I believe that Trump must be removed from office, and whether through the 25th Amendment or via impeachment. And if the vice president and cabinet fail to act, I believe it is Congress's duty to move forward with impeachment.
Right, but Representative Maloney, may I just ask you, who actually is in charge of the nuclear codes right now? Were there to be a problem, there are still 12 days
I do want to press you a little bit on this point of taking action. Only, obviously, 2 weeks ago until the handover in any event, there has been a suggestion by some that the 25th Amendment or even impeachment will only inflame somebody who's already inflamed and perhaps, capable of imbalanced behavior. Why is it necessary in your view?
Why is what necessary? Excuse me, my office was talking to me. What? Why is it necessary?
Either invoking the 25th Amendment or impeach or invoke the 25th Amendment. Why is that action necessary given that the January 20th date is soon upon us?
Well, Trump is clearly unfit and cannot be trusted to carry out his duties. That's clear. His duty is now to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. Foreign governments have constantly told me that they most respect about our country the peaceful transfer of power. And under his leadership, unbelievably, he has violated that and tried to stop the workings of government. He is a national security threat, and that's why he no longer has access to the nuclear codes and why he must be removed from office. We cannot trust him to protect the American people. Right now, I represent New York, and 9/11 is always on my mind, where foreigners came in and killed innocent Americans just because they were going to work. What happened yesterday, the President of the United States led an attack on our democracy and our capital. It is almost beyond belief. It is shocking, and we cannot ever let that happen again.
Has the House Speaker communicated to you what she is anticipating in terms of a timetable over the coming days, Representative Maloney? Do you know what is expected of you? For example, I know you've already signed articles of impeachment, but are you waiting to hear what the timetable is going to be?
Well, it's under discussion now. What there is universal agreement is that he cannot be trusted. He's a national security threat, and he must be removed from office. And we must continue with the peaceful transfer of power. I personally believe that invoking the 25th Amendment is the most expedient option. But if the cabinet refuses to act, and if the vice president refuses to act, then we have a duty to pursue impeachment. And I believe the Congress will pursue impeachment moving forward if he's not removed by the 25th Amendment or if he does not resign.
Representative Maloney, you mentioned New York a moment ago, and obviously you represent, the east side of New York City, Manhattan, Greenpoint, Western Queens, and so on. Mayor Bill de Blasio has called on Governor Cuomo to allow New York City vaccinate its seniors. Apparently there are extra doses that could be available to seniors. Why is New York City not being allowed to do that?
I have no idea. It is a national scandal if we are not moving every means to vaccinate people as quickly as possible. It was my understanding that we were going through various stages dictated by the Center for Disease Control. First, that our first responders, our nurses, our doctors, everyone involved with the treatment in our hospitals or in our homes of infected people with COVID, and we know that the number is going up. We are now at 8% of infections. It is much higher than the 3% roughly 2 weeks ago. And 2 new strains have come out, one in England, one in South Africa, a mutant that is highly more contagious. So we are in a very dangerous race now against the virus. We need to vaccinate as quickly as possible. Stage 1 was our first responders in the medical field and also our seniors in nursing homes, those older than 75 years of age. They should be vaccinated with everything we have. Personally, I am hopeful that the need to get the serum will get out there quickly. We've had 3 producers approved. There are 2 more that are on track to be approved, producing the vaccines that we need to get to our people. We seem to have a problem in the distribution of it and moving it out quickly to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible.
Particularly the seniors in your
districts. And we are losing that virus race right now.
Right, and I'm sure particularly the seniors in your district. Right. Representative Maloney, I just want to mention that Reuters is reporting that House Democrats plan impeachment articles Monday. Have you heard this? Can you confirm?
I was on a conference with members. At that point, I left to talk to you. We were all sharing our opinions, and overwhelming the opinion was to move forward quickly with impeachment. I left that conference call before that decision was made. It is, if you are correct, it is absolute breaking news right now.
Hi, I'm Kate Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, sniper, CIA contractor, and author of the SEAL Survival Guide. Now, recently, I've made it my personal mission to help Americans become more self-reliant and more prepared for whatever comes next. Now, today, I'd like to introduce you to something every single American should have in their home. This container right here is the 4-week survival food kit. Now, inside, there's 4 entire weeks of food packed in. In my role as a Navy SEAL, I learned that the only gear worth having is gear that's going to last. Now, these survival food kits are designed to last for 25 years. That's years longer than anything else I have in my stockpile. This is a go-to should you encounter a situation where you cannot depend on outside resources, such as grocery stores or the government for food. The food we normally keep in our kitchens that we eat every day doesn't have a very long shelf life. And other foods that do, like MREs, can wreck your body. That's why you need a dedicated set of survival food. Now this is not an MRE. It's not a survival snack. It's a survival meal that's going to give your body exactly what it needs to keep going. And these are good meals, a mac and cheese, oatmeal, creamy vegetable and rice dinner. These are just 3 of the meals you can get in the bundle, and there's nothing nasty or chalky about them. The 4-week survival food kit for 4 Patriots gives me complete peace of mind when it comes to thinking about my next meal in a survival situation. These can sustain breakfast, lunch, and dinner for one person for a whole 4 weeks. That's day after day of comfortable eating, knowing you've got exactly what you need to eat well, no matter what. Now, I hope I never need to use them for the full 4 weeks, but there's enough food in these pouches if I have to. This is food that I don't have to spend a ton of time preparing either. Now, in a survival situation, every moment counts. And if I can save a few of those precious minutes during food prep, I will. This is food that works for me, not the other way around. Boil a little water, pop it in, and stir for a few minutes. It's that simple. To get a meal going, that'll keep you steady all day. Here's the secret right here. In this Mylar sealed pouch, the 3-step process that this pouch goes through to stay perfectly sealed until you open it is how the survival food is designed to last for 25 years. I mean, you might have some canned food lying around, but the truth is that food in the can will only last for 5 years. Have you checked your cans lately? They might even be approaching their best to eat by date. But this 4-week survival food kit is a long-term readiness plan and a step towards becoming less dependent on the government or someone else to help. These kits are incredible, right? And they're simple to store. So I keep them in several different spots, and when I'm taking a trip, I stick some in my car to drive, just in case. Did I mention how good these are? Never, ever underestimate the moral boost that a nice, tasty meal can give you in a survival scenario. These are going to keep you not only fed, but satisfied when you need them most. Here's what you need to know, though. When people stock up on this survival food, they usually act fast. Now, this means that this 25-year incredible tasting survival food could be out of stock very, very soon. That's why you need to hurry and reserve yours right now, because they will not be around forever. And there's no telling how long it will take to get more of this food back in stock. So that's why you need to click or tap the link near this video and go to the 4 Patriots website right now. As soon as you order, they'll get to work on shipping these right to your door. Now grab your 4-week survival food kit now before they run out.
Okay, so today I want to show you why this is the most supportive, most secure, and most stable knee brace you'll ever put on. Doesn't matter how weak, shaky, or unstable your knees are, and it doesn't matter if you've had past knee injuries, knee surgeries, or even knee replacements. None of that matters anymore. As soon as you put this on, you'll instantly notice that your knees have extra support and stability,
and you'll notice there's a gentle pressure keeping everything in place. You won't worry about your knees feeling wobbly or weak, and you won't worry about your knee giving out on you unexpectedly. Ultimately, what this brace does is make sure you have confidence in the strength and stability of your knees again. When you wear this knee brace, you can exercise and be active, go up and down the stairs, spend time with family and friends without any worries of weak, shaky, unstable knees giving out on you or causing excess pain. And all you have to do is slide this on your knee. Make sure this little circular part right here is over your kneecap. And this knee brace will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to give your knees the structural support and stability they need and give you the confidence that your knee can do its job no matter where you are or what you're doing. This new super supportive knee brace is called the Dock Sleeve. And the reason the Dock Sleeve is able to provide so much support is because it has 4 separate structural elements that give you extremely firm and stable support without sacrificing stability or your range of movement. First, we have the kneecap stabilizer ring right here. We can see it right here. It's embedded in the middle, and it helps to keep the kneecap in place by putting pressure on it, preventing it from becoming destabilized. The stabilizer ring also acts as a gel padding that protects the knee from trauma and bruising in case you fall or bump into something. Next, we have the 2 side support springs, which you can see on each side of the knee brace right here. These act like extra tendons on the side of your knee to provide strong but very flexible support. If you look closely, you can see that these are actually springy little pieces of metal that move back and forth with whatever direction the knee brace is moving, providing extra springiness when your knee is moving back and forth, bending and straightening. This takes the strain off weak cartilage, tendons, and knee muscle. And finally, we have the 4-way compression fabric that this entire knee brace is made of. It's created using a very stretchy, very snug, high-density 3D technology that keeps firm pressure on all areas of the knee, preventing any unnecessary grinding, twisting, and stretching that may cause damage or pain to the knee. When you look at all 4 of these together, the knee stabilizer ring, the 2 side support springs, and the compression fabric, you have an incredibly firm and stable support system that recreates the real structure of a strong, healthy knee, protecting your ligaments, cartilage, joints, and tendons from unnecessary movement while still allowing you to maintain your full range of motion and participate in everyday activities. In addition to this powerful knee support system, the Dock Sleeve knee brace fabric is 100% breathable and uses moisture-wicking technology that keeps fresh, cool air constantly circulating around your knee, preventing sweat and odor buildup, so you don't have to worry about putting it through long workouts or wearing it for extended periods of time. Not to mention, this is 100% machine washable. The Dock Sleeve is comfortable and secure. You'll absolutely love how this fits. And its fabric makes sure it won't slip off, and there won't be any gathering or bunching up behind the knee in the middle of an activity. There'll never be any irritation from any rashes from too much use, and there's no Velcro on it to scratch up your leg. You can wear this all day long without any complaints at all. You probably have some sort of issue with your knee. You may have arthritis, you may have a past knee injury, maybe you've gone through something more serious like a knee surgery or a knee replacement. Maybe you're suffering from chronic knee pain or unpleasant grinding feeling in your joints. Maybe if you've had more severe injuries, your knee probably feels weak, unstable, insecure. Maybe you feel like you can't trust it, like it may buckle underneath you. Because it isn't as strong as it used to be, the ligaments, the tendons, the joint itself has just deteriorated too much, and the structure of the knee is too worn down. If you're one of these people who's suffering from weak, shaky, unstable knees, my sincere advice to you is to do something about it. You don't have to keep suffering from chronic knee pain. You don't have to keep wishing that your wobbly, weak, insecure knees would magically get stronger. With this knee brace right here, you can give your knees new life and get back to doing the things you used to love.
You're not a dish. You're a man. Most name brand bars and body washes you rub on your skin are classified by the FDA as synthetic.
The idea that thousands of people could be marching up the steps of the United States Capitol, breaking windows, breaking doors, forcing their way in, stepping aside, and the photographs of, well, I don't know what the circumstances, the photograph would look like you had some of the Capitol Police taking selfies with these people. That has to be thoroughly investigated. The authorities responsible have to be held accountable for the failures that occurred, and we have to make sure that this can never, ever happen again. The damage done to our reputation around the world by a president of the United States encouraging a mob. This reminded me more of states I've visited over the 100 countries I've gone to, in third tin horn dictatorships. It just cannot be sustained. Has to be immediately investigated in depth, and people have to be held accountable.
And lastly, do you think you need to change any of the planning for your inauguration as a result of this?
Totally different entity is in charge of the inauguration. It was in charge of protecting the Capitol, the Secret Service. I have great confidence in the Secret Service. I have great confidence in their ability to make sure that the inauguration goes off safely, and goes off without a hitch. So it's a different. So I have confidence in what is going in the planning that's been underway before this, and continues with Secret Service as the lead agency. Thank you.
President-elect Biden, Vice President-elect Harris, good to see you both. I want to pick up on something that you just said about President Trump actively encouraging the insurrection at the Capitol. Given the perceived threat that he poses, my question to you is not so much about the role that Congress should play in impeachment, but rather, should President Trump, in your estimation, remain in office?
I didn't think, look, I've been saying for now well over a year, he is not fit to serve. He's not fit to serve. He's one of the most incompetent presidents in the history of the United States of America. And so the idea that I think he shouldn't be out of office yesterday is not the issue. The question is, what happens with 14 days left to go or 13 days left to go? And I think that what 81 million people stood up and said, it's time for him to go. And the United States Senate voted 93-6 to confirm that we should be sworn in. We were duly elected. So I think it's important we get on with the business, getting him out of office. The quickest way that will happen is us being sworn in on the 20th. What action happens before or after that is a judgment for the Congress to make, but that's what I am looking for. I was told that way up here, that he indicated he wasn't going to show inauguration. A few things he and I would agree. It's a good thing I'm not showing.
Earlier you said that you hoped that he would show up only since it was valuable to send a signal to the world about the transfer of power. You've clearly changed your perspective on that.
Because he has clearly demonstrated, he exceeded even my worst notions. He's been an embarrassed country, embarrassed us around the world, not worthy If we were 6 months out, we should lose everything to get him out of office. Impeachment again. Trying to vote the 25th Amendment, whatever it took to get him out of office. But I am focused now on us taking control as President and Vice President on the 20th and to get our agenda moving as quickly as we can.
Another question about holding public officials to account, and this is about an issue that's no longer a headline, but is no less significant and serious. And that's about the more than 600 children who were orphaned under the Trump administration as a result of the family separation policy along the border. During the campaign, you said that practice was criminal. Will you commit to making sure that the Trump administration officials responsible for that policy will be held to account?
I'll commit that our Justice Department and our investigative arms will make judgments about who is responsible, how they're responsible, and whether or not the conduct is criminal across the board. But as I said yesterday, I am not going to tell the Justice Department who they should prosecute and who they should not. That's a judgment that will be made by the Attorney General of the United States of America, not influenced by me. But there will be a thorough investigation. Who's responsible, and whether or not the responsibility is criminal, and if that has been concluded, the Attorney General will make that judgment. I will not intervene and tell him who he should indict or if he should.
And lastly, beyond the COVID plan which you've detailed, what are your legislative priorities? You've talked about infrastructure, you've talked about introducing an immigration bill. After January 20th, Democrats will control the House and the Senate. What do you do first?
three different issues on that same question. One, commitments I made that what I would introduce, not necessarily we would move to, but introduce in the United States Congress first, I will do. I will introduce an immigration bill immediately and have it sent to the appropriate committees to begin moving. I will, in fact, countermand the executive orders that the president has, in fact, initiated that are contrary to what I think is either his authority and or, even if it's authority, contrary to the interests of the United States on environmental issues and a whole range of other things. And thirdly, I will immediately move to the most urgent need of asking the Congress to give me the financial wherewithal to deal with the virus, to be able to move so that we have Operation Warp Speed really working. Warp Speed got the vaccine to places that were delivered, but did not get them from those vials into people's arms. And so it is a gigantic logistical concern of how we do that. I'm committed to get 100 million shots in people's arms in the first 100 days. I'm committed to insisting that in all federal jurisdictions, any place I have control as president, everyone will be mandated to wear a mask, and interstate transportation as well as federal facilities. And thirdly, I'm committed to moving as rapidly as possible to get vaccine to teachers and the material to children that can provide for the safe opening of our schools at the end of that, beginning at the end of that 100 days. They're the most urgent things we have to do now, immediately upon getting up. So it's going to be multiple things, as you all know, because you're a seasoned veteran of how this policy, how we work. And that is that there will be other committees that will be holding hearings on a whole range of issues, from my positions on infrastructure and what we should be doing to generate a green economy, and so on. But in terms of the immediate need to get done, not just introduced, but to get done, voted on, and get the money and resources to do it, it turns out that the most urgent need is dealing with the virus, number one, and economic relief to Americans who, through no fault of their own, are really getting better. Thank you.
Fuck.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect and Madam Vice President-elect. I want to follow up with respect to what you just said about the inauguration, and that it's a good thing that the president is not coming. But what about the Vice President, Mike Pence?
Fuck. I think it's important that as much as we can stick to what have been the historical precedents of how, in the circumstance in which an administration changes, should be maintained. And so if the Vice President is welcome to come, be honored to have him there and to move forward in the transition.
Have you spoken to him at all?
No, I haven't.
And you have called for unity and healing in this country, but after the events of Wednesday, does that make your job easier or harder?
I think it makes my job easier, quite frankly. I've had a number of my Republican colleagues, former colleagues, I used to serve in the Senate for a long time, call me. Many of them are as outraged and disappointed and embarrassed and mortified by the president's conduct as I am, and Democrats are. And I think I have said from the beginning, and I have not changed my view, my overarching objective is to unify this country. We must unify the country. And I think that you've heard me say this before, and I apologize for repeating myself, but understandably the questions are repetitive and good. And that is that there's two ways people are inspired. By inspirational leaders and by terror. By terror. What this president's done is rip the Band-Aid off. Let the country know who he is. What he's about. How thoroughly he did office. And you see already a number of Republicans. I was so proud. I know paralyzed inside from some of the people in my party for saying this. But I worked very hard with and against the president, the former, soon-to-be former majority leader, Mitch McConnell. I thought what he said on the floor of the United States Senate was, in fact, the right thing to do. He stood up. He's ashamed. I spoke with the guy I have enormous respect for, and I ran against him, Mitt Romney. I spoke to Mitt this morning again. This is a man with enormous integrity, who lives his faith. There are so many more, but there's others who should be ashamed of themselves. But they make up a minority of the Republican Party. This isn't about Republican Democrat. This is about people who understand what this country's about and the things we have to agree on and move together. I just think that if you look at it, speaking to some of my Republican colleagues, and I've spoken to a number of them over the last month since we've been elected, through recently as the day in which this god-awful debacle was taking place up on the Hill. And I think they understand that they're going to have to, we need a Republican Party. We need an opposition that's principled and strong. And I think you're going to see them going through this idea of what constitutes the Republican Party. And to hear some of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, talk about how shameful it is, the way Ted Cruz and others are dealing, how they're responsible as well for what happened.
Do you think some of them should resign? Should Senator Cruz or Senator Hawley resign?
I think they should be just flat beaten the next time they run. I think the American public has a real good, clear look at who they are. They're part of the big lie. The big lie. I was being reminded by a friend of mine, maybe you were with me, I can't recall, when we were told that, Goebbels and the great lie, you keep repeating the lie. Well, there was a print that when Dresden was bombed, firebombed, there were 250 people that were killed. 2,500 people were killed. And Goebbels said, no, 25,000 or 250,000 were killed. And our papers printed them. Our papers printed them. It's the big lie. People know it's one thing for one man to repeat the lie over and over and over again. By the way, Trump said that before he ran. If you say it enough, I'm going to convince you. I'll say it enough. The press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad, the press is bad. If he's the only one saying it, that's one thing. But the acolytes that follow him, like Cruz and others, they are as responsible as he is. And so it's not about whether or not they get impeached. It's about whether or not they can continue to hold power because of the disgust the American people have for their actions. There are decent people out there who actually believe these lies because they've heard it again and again. I was with a friend of mine, a medical doctor, telling me that his neighbor said to him, he lives in another state, his neighbor's a good person, said, but Doc, this is true. There's a lot of chicanery that went on in this election. I said, tell me what? Well, I just know there was. They say it is. They say it is. This is a human condition. You say it, you say it, you say it, you say it. The degree to which it becomes corrosive is in direct proportion to the number of people who say it. And so it's interesting to me. I was pleased to hear some of the prominent Republicans say to me that Ted Cruz and the world are as responsible as people believe. Not as responsible, but similarly responsible like Trump. But they didn't say, go, I'll be with you. Well, that's a different story. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
This conference was first by President Trump, then House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, who, with Democrats winning control of the House, is poised to return as House Speaker.
waiting for the president to come out for a news conference. We can anticipate that in moments. NBC News estimates that when all races are called, the Democrats will hold a total of 230 House seats to the Republicans' 205, regaining House control for the first time in 8 years. It is another story in the Senate where the Republicans held onto their majority, 51 seats, and expect to extend it with 4 races in Florida, Mississippi, Arizona, and Montana still undecided. So, victories for both sides to point to. The president is going to speak to the White House East Room. Kristen Welker is there with the latest. Good morning.
Harry, good morning to you. Expect President Trump to cast this as a win overnight. He tweeted that this was a tremendous success. Why? Well, in talking to White House officials, they tell me, look, this wasn't the blue wave that a lot of people were anticipating, so you can expect President.
Mi sistemi cioè man quando è tu no una cosa ma capisci adesso mi go bye.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's steps. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the
Mami, c'è da pulire, mami, la mia charge, mami,
My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
We'll stand in recess until the call of the chair.
Boss, thank you.
I never hear yes to yeah.
This little device right here is going to put your internet on steroids, giving you the fastest, most powerful internet, web surfing.
Federal prosecutors now filing a criminal charges in connection with yes.
not traveling back and forth to work and able to go many places.
In December, as COVID-19 cases